While we have observed the fact that there are illegal immigrants engaged in criminal activities, we equally reject the false narrative that African migrants are responsible for the collapse of municipalities, unemployment, corruption, or the failure of government services. Those failures belong squarely to a political elite that has looted public resources and abandoned the working class. It is politically convenient to redirect the anger of the poor away from those in power and towards vulnerable African nationals who themselves are fleeing poverty, instability created by neocolonialism and imperialism across the African continent. South Africa has a painful memory of xenophobic attacks and violence. In 2008, we witnessed one of the darkest chapters in the democratic history when xenophobic attacks erupted across townships and informal settlements. More than 60 people were killed. We all remember the horrifying image of Ernesto, a Mozambican man who was necklaced and burned to death in Ramaphosa informal settlement. The image remains a permanent stain in our democracy. Yet, despite this history, we continue to see dangerous patterns repeating themselves. In 2015, violence erupted again in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, leading to deaths, destruction of businesses, and displacement in 2019. Today, we are witnessing the rise of organizations and movements that openly profile people based on language, appearance, accent, and ethnicity. This is unconstitutional, dangerous, and unsustainable. And the EFF has consistently warned that tribalism is never far from xenophobia. There have been horrifying instances where South Africans themselves were attacked because they could not pronounce certain words in local languages. We have seen people stopped in streets and asked to pronounce words such as elbow in Dololwane, in Zulu, which is a tribal test. This is barbaric conduct, which we can mirror it as one of the darkest moments in African history, including ethnic cleansing campaigns where language became a weapon of exclusion and death. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is very clear. Law enforcement powers belong to the state and the institutions, not private lobby groups, not mobs, not political opportunists seeking relevance through hatred. The EFF therefore calls for a balanced, constitutional, and human approach to immigration. Firstly, the Department of Home Affairs must strengthen border management systems and drastically improve documentation processes. Long delays, corruption, and inefficiency and dysfunctional refugee system contribute significantly to undocumented migration and social instability. Secondly, undocumented individuals must be processed through lawful procedures that respect human dignity and international law. Deportation processes, where necessary, must occur within the framework of the Constitution and without violence or humiliation. Thirdly, we must intensify the fight against exploitative employers who are deliberately hiring undocumented migrants to pay them slave wages and undermine labor standards for everyone. This problem goes beyond undocumented workers, but is part of the broader capitalist exploitation that benefits from vulnerable labor. Fourthly, law enforcement agencies must act decisively against vigilante formations, unlawful raids, assault, intimidations, campaigns, and acts of extortion in our communities. No organization must be allowed to operate above the law. The EFF remains committed to Pan-Africanism because we understand that the artificial borders dividing African people today were imposed through colonial conquest. The same forces that extracted minerals, cheap labor, and wealth from across Africa now benefits when Africans are divided and against one another. As leaders, we carry the responsibility to calm tensions, not to inflame them. Therefore, we must build social cohesion, not tribal hostility. KwaZulu-Natal cannot become a province governed through fear, profiling, and vigilante violence, and the leaders present here must be reminded of their responsibility to uphold the Constitution. The EFF therefore reiterates that we call for an urgent, public, and transparent and constitutional process to address immigration challenges in South Africa, while rejecting xenophobia, tribalism, vigilantism, and criminal extortion in all forms. Thank you, Speaker.
Now, honourable members, we are going to call upon the Honourable NM Gasa for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, honourable members, Inkosi Yasematungeni Ndabezitha, Honourable Chief Whip of the MK Caucus, Progressive Caucus, the people of KwaZulu-Natal Ngiyanibingelela. Honourable Speaker, I think it is important to first understand in context these ongoing public protests, which are not only taking place in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, but also taking place in other provinces like Eastern Cape and Gauteng. These protests, to some extent, can be defined as unled protests. Why? Because these constituents are led by few individuals outside the political arena, organizations and government institutions like SAPS and Home Affairs. We must applaud, Honourable Speaker, all the individuals who are leading these constituents protests across our province and spreading these protests to the whole country. This is an act of patriotism. Patriotism is the feeling of loving your country more than any others and being proud of it. It encompasses a sense of pride and loyalty towards the nation. This is an act of unity, meaning these people are in a state of being united in dealing with the burning issues of undocumented foreign nationals in our province and count at large. Honourable Speaker, the people of this province are not in the streets because they woke up with the hatred in their hearts. They are there because they feel abandoned by their government. The presence of undocumented foreign nationals, I repeat, Honourable Speaker, undocumented, has become a dagger in the side of every law-abiding and unemployed South African, every mother who cannot feed her child, every young man who has been told, sorry, no job, for the 10th year in a row. Let us speak plainly, Honourable Speaker. The executive fears this word xenophobia. They will call us xenophobic. They will invoke African unity. But let me be clear to this House and to the nation, we are not fighting our brothers and sisters from elsewhere on the continent. We believe in Africanism. We believe in the unity of African people. All we are doing is correcting a broken system that has failed to distinguish between the right to seek refuge and the chaos of lawlessness. We have no quarrel with any African who comes here legally, respectfully, and without exploiting our people. Our quarrel is with an absent state that refuses to enforce its own laws. Where is the unity when our children sleep on the floor while undocumented migrants occupy our RDP houses? Where is the unity when a foreign national opens a spaza shop without a permit, without paying tax, without employing a single South African, while own people cannot compete? In Isipingo, Newcastle, Ladysmith, Umlazi, and in Kwamashu, I have seen it with my own eyes. Employees hired undocumented workers for 50 rand per day and dismiss South Africans who ask for 150. This is not brotherhood. This is exploitation, and this government does nothing. Honourable Twala is correct to classify this matter as urgent. These protests will not disappear. They will intensify. Every day the provincial executive remains silent. Every day the administration hides behind speeches about social cohesion. The anger deepens. And when violence eventually erupts, who will they blame? The poor? The protesters? Never themselves. Let me present facts, Honourable Speaker, because even radical politics must be rooted in truth. Okokuqala nje, Honourable Speaker, in the past 12 months, more than 1,400 undocumented foreign nationals have been arrested in KwaZulu-Natal for offences including drug trafficking, illegal firearms possession, and operating unlicensed liquor outlets. How many were deported? Fewer than 12%. The rest were released back into our communities. That is not a justice system, it is a revolving door. Obviously, Honourable Speaker, our clinics in townships are overwhelmed. At Prince Mshieni Memorial Hospital, nurses report that up to 40% of patients in outpatient departments are foreign nationals. They are unable to produce identification. Our people wait for hours, sometimes days, while their own government struggles to prioritize them. There are even reports of individuals exploiting the system to obtain medication for resale elsewhere. Honourable Speaker, as Umkhonto weSizwe Part, we demand the following: the establishment of a provincial biometric register of all foreign nationals, documented and undocumented, with daily data sharing with Home Affairs. Westfield, Honourable Speaker, a 12-month moratorium on new spaza shop, car wash, and hair salon licenses for foreign nationals to allow South Africans to re-enter and stabilize participation in the informal economy. The deployment of a dedicated provincial deportation unit with its own budgets, clear mandates, and measurable weekly targets. Honourable Speaker, there is a saying in isiZulu, "Inkunzi sematholeni," the future strength of nation lies in its youth. Our young people are rising. These protests are a warning. They must not be ignored. When the history of 2026 is written, it will ask, what did this house do when the poor cried out? Did it act or did it talk? Did it protest South Africans or did it protect diplomatic niceties? We have spoken for far too long. Now we demand action. Amandla!
The next speaker for 7 minutes is the Honourable MEC Kaula.
Mangithokoza somlo motion phekile, Honourable Premier, Honourable Members. It looks like the Honourable Member who has just left did not hear what the Honourable Twala was saying. On behalf of the IFP, I want to place it on record that the IFP approaches this subject with a clear and sober position in respect of what should have happened in our country long ago in order to ensure that our country's borders are safe and secure for the benefit of South Africans. In 1994, the founder and President Emeritus of the IFP, the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, became Minister of Home Affairs for South Africa under President Nelson Mandela. Again, in 1999, under President Thabo Mbeki, Prince Buthelezi occupied the same ministry position. As Minister of Home Affairs in that second administration, Prince Buthelezi introduced a bill which was intended to control the coming in and going out of foreign nationals in the country. It is well documented that Prince Buthelezi got at loggerheads with the president of the country because of that bill. The tussle headed into the courts with Prince Buthelezi wanting the bill to go to Parliament and his president rejecting the bill. The term ended while this matter was still in the courts. As a result, in the following third term in 2004, Prince Buthelezi did not make it back into the cabinet because of this saga. The IFP, under the leadership of President V.F. Tlhapisa, has today not moved an inch from that position. All people who get into South Africa must do so legally. Those who are illegal and are undocumented must be deported back to their countries of origin. Those who are allowed to be in the country as asylum seekers must remain under strict conditions of being here only for the sole purpose of seeking asylum and not end up hijacking rights of those of job opportunities and other rights. Those who come to the country legally for purposes of study, work, business, and other necessary circumstances must remain in the country for those specified periods and objectives. South Africa has got very clear labor laws in respect of when and how foreign nationals can be employed in South Africa and for which kinds of positions, which are scarce skills. When this has to happen, the law is very clear in respect of the processes and channels that have to be followed. The problem we have in this respect as South Africans is firstly the law enforcement agencies of the country, which are weak and poor in applying the law and getting transgressors to book. The second challenge in some business sector, some of whom prefer to illegally employ undocumented foreign nationals because of cheap labor. Others employ foreign nationals because of corruption and favoritism, as has been reported with many universities in the country. Even in these instances, our law enforcement agencies become a big letdown. During the 6th administration, the IFP in the National Assembly introduced a bill through Honourable Legislature van der Merwe, which was intended to regulate these circumstances by reserving certain job areas solely for the people who are South African citizens. These are job areas like truck drivers, waiters and waitresses, workers in the retail environment, workers in the garages environment, employees in the construction industry for unskilled sectors, employees in the farming industry for unskilled areas, and many other sectors of the same nature. Unfortunately, this bill never saw the light of day. The Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honourable Twala, has repeatedly emphasized this position on many platforms and in many instances for KwaZulu-Natal. Unfortunately for the Premier, provinces in South Africa do not have the legislative authority and powers to can act on their own in enforcing these mandates. They are national mandates. Let me explain that whilst things might look like there is laxity in government in responding to these issues, the political will is there. His Excellency President Ramaphosa in the State of the Nation for 2026 did emphasize that the employers and businesses that flout legislation and illegally employ foreign nationals who are not properly documented must be taken to task. In the State of the Province address for 2026, Honourable Premier Twala reiterated the same position as the President. It is known that in KwaZulu-Natal, the government of provincial unity has taken a position that is with massive compliance campaigns which the Premier is leading with Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. The Honourable Premier has convened a summit which was dealing with these matters and was attended by NGOs, NPOs, business, government, and other stakeholders, including March and Operation Tutula representatives. The Premier of KwaZulu-Natal has conducted oversight visits to almost all the border posts that link KwaZulu-Natal with neighboring countries. In this respect, the Premier has donated drones to some of the border posts to assist them monitor the borders more efficiently. A lot of those found to be illegal have been deported. This campaign must continue and gain momentum. Now, I guess it's balule ezinye lezi ngxenye ezithize ezidinga ukucaciswa ngabanye babaholi bamanye amaqembu ezombusazwe lapha eNingizimu Afrika. Umholi weqembu le-EFF uMhlonishwa uMalema kuyokhethweni lezifundazwe nolukazwelonke luka-2024 wamemezela ukuthi kufanele kuqedwe nya ngemingcele e-Afrika yonkana nakhona lapha eNingizimu Afrika. Abangenayo bazingenela umathanda nomachanca kanjalo nabaphuma baziphuma umathanda nomachanca. Wathi kasikho isidingo samavisa njengoba kade esho uMhlonishwa uThwala. Ukuphindile futhi lokhu ngemva kokhetho. This position was not new. Speaking to Eusebius Makeza on Radio 702 in 2019, Honourable Malema said, and I quote, "If South Africans elected him to become president, he would scrap borders. He said the borders were imposed on South Africans and he would scrap them," close quote. Speaking at the launch of the Pan-African Institute in Kenya in 2023, Honourable Malema repeated his call for African countries to abolish borders. Ngoba ke bayakopelana nabangani babo balesikhathi laba baba uMhlonishwa uJJ Zuma ke beMKP na uMhlonishwa uZuma uthe ekhuluma lapha eBurkina Faso ezinyangeni ezimbalwa ezedlule waphinda inkulumo kaMalema njengoba injalo. Okufike kwaxaka nokho ngayo umsholozi ukuthi uphumise zonke izinto eziphikisanayo nalokho kubalulwa iLabour Desk yeqembu lakhe njengombono weqembu kulolu daba. Kodwa ke akusethusi lokho bavele badidekile usuku nosuku. Omunye usho lokho kuse ngakusasa abanye basho lokho. Nokuthi ke basemncintiswaneni nazo zonke izinto ebezenziwa uMalema ukuze baqhame. Angazi ngempela ukuthi uMalema njengoba esekangaka uyophapha manini kulokuphikisana ngeposition yakhe kumkhondo elibele ukwenwaya. Usedinga abafana bokwelusa bamculele bathi loko zayigontshela zayidla zayiqeda ulelu masenjani mhlawumbe ke uyophaphama. Honourable Speaker, ngiyabuya.
Honourable Makubane. Honourable Makubane. May you stand. What you said, I am not sure whom you were referring it to. There was also a hand gesture. I am afraid of repeating it. Please withdraw it unconditionally.
Although I can't remember, I withdraw unconditional.
Angizwa?
I withdraw unconditional.
Thank you, Honourable Makubane. Honourable members, we will now call upon the next member for 4 minutes, Honourable SMM Mkhize. I did not even know the member you were saying to. Now that you are repeating it, once it's heard by me, I keep saying it, once it's heard by me, because these mics are on, it gets on the record. So now that you are saying it to Honourable Sangwe, you withdraw with an apology. Thank you, Honourable Makubane. Do it. I did not know if... To the House. To the House. Angikuzwa.
I apologize and I withdraw.
Thank you. Ivaleke Mhlonishwa. Ivale umbhobho wakho. Let's give the time to Honourable Mkhize.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the Honourable members, Honourable Leader of Government Business, Mtombeni Lwandle, leadership of the African National Congress inside the House. Honourable Speaker, the frustration of our people around rising crime, pressure on public services, unemployment, undocumented migration, and growing social instability are real. As the African National Congress, we refuse to insult our communities by pretending that there is no weakness in border management, in migration enforcement, in documentation systems. But equally, Honourable Speaker, we refuse to allow the crisis to be hijacked by demagogues, opportunists, and political merchants of hatred who seek to ignore the real architects of inequality and exploitation and escape accountability. Honourable Speaker, while others choose to approach this matter from politics of scapegoating, we rather choose to approach it from the standpoint of constitutionalism, social stability, national sovereignty, and the protection of our people. As the ANC, we unapologetically reject illegal immigration. Every sovereign state has the right and responsibility to regulate its borders, manage migration, and protect the integrity of its migration system. But at the same time, the ANC rejects xenophobia, we reject violence, we reject burning of shops, intimidation of communities, and dangerous poison of collective punishment. Because once society abandons the rule of law, Honourable Speaker, once communities begin determining guilt through nationality, once mobs become investigators, prosecutors, and judges, then nobody is safe. In this regard, the ANC fully supports the call made by His Majesty King Misuzulu kaZwelithini, urging that all marches and demonstrations must be peaceful, disciplined, and free of violence, intimidation, and vulgar language. As the ANC, we say loudly and clear, there can never be any justification for lawlessness masquerading as activism. The genuine concerns of our people must never be contaminated by criminality, hate speech, public disorder, or attacks of the dignity of others. discipline and respect, social cohesion must remain in the guiding principles of all public action. Through coordinated law enforcement interventions involving Home Affairs, SAPS, and municipalities, government has expanded inspections of businesses, restaurants, farms, mines, and spaza shops, increased deportation operation, and acted against fraudulent documentation and corruption within immigration system. In this regard, Honourable Speaker, we've seen the Honourable Deputy Minister, Jomo Sibiya, in working in this regard. What truly is astonishing here, Honourable Speaker, is to witness some opposition parties standing in this House pretending to be uncompromising defenders of sovereignty, borders, and justice, while their own international political positions expose breathtaking hypocrisy. The MK party speaks loudly about illegal immigration and territorial sovereignty here at home, yet aligns itself politically with the Moroccan occupation of Western Sahara. And then there is EFF, which raised this debate, which simultaneously romanticizes the reckless fantasy of one Africa without borders. You cannot advocate for the dismantling of sovereign border systems on Monday and then complain about unmanaged migration on Tuesday. You cannot preach borderlessness and then come back shocked when states struggle to regulate migration flows. You cannot campaign against undocumented migration while ideologically opposing the very instruments required to manage it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The next member. The next member for 8 minutes is the Honourable Mpili. Honourable Mpili, you sit here when you are next. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. God. Order, Honourable Fraser. Honourable JPN Gasa, Honourable NM Gasa, you are disrupting the House. You are disrupting the House. Honourable Gasa, stand up. Honourable Gasa, stand up. JPN, I forget that there too. Honourable JPN Gasa. Honourable JPN Gasa, the gestures that you are making are unparliamentary. Take your seat and allow the House to proceed, please. How? Can't you, Honourable Gasa? Honourable JPN Gasa, you are now treading on very thin ground in terms of the rules, especially when it comes to the precedence of the Presidium. Please, take a leaf from your whip, Honourable Makubane, who behaved so well in the House. Honourable Billy, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Premier in his absentia, honourable members, Honourable Duma, I rise today in this important debate on the ongoing public protest regarding the presence of illegal foreign nationals and the impact on South Africans here in KwaZulu-Natal. Honourable Speaker, let me begin by thanking you and this House and the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, as well as my party, the Democratic Alliance, for affording me the opportunity to return to this chamber and contribute to a matter that is both urgent and deeply emotional for our people. Honourable members, I stand before you not only as a representative in the National Council of Provinces, but as a product of this province, a province that has entrusted us with leadership, with responsibility, with the duty to act with clarity, not confusion, with courage, not populism. This House, Madam Speaker...
Member, can you take your seat, please? Angazi ukuthi ke mehleli lapha u-service office esihlalweni sakho nasiya ubovele ubasuse nje. Honourable Makubane, sir, which role are you rising on?
Thank you, Honourable Madam Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 57(1)A, together with Rule 61(1)A, in conjunction with the rules of the functions of the Speaker on 14(2).
that the speaker, when the speaker discharged...
Let's first go through 57(1)A.
Yes.
A point of order together with Rule 61.
1A again.
1A, deliberately creating serious disorder or disruption. And read with the third rule.
The 14.2, the responsibilities of the speaker.
The 14.2.
Madam Speaker, when the speaker...
I am still going. Oh, must discharge his or her in an impartial manner?
Yes. You are calling our members into order here, that they are having their behavior is out of conduct. But you're not calling the other member on the other side into order, Honourable Fraser, whereby she's the one as well who started the chaos. So your responsibilities must be carried in an impartial manner. We must correct both sides, not there's only one side on our side, and then not calling to order your member.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. It proves that Honourable JPN Gasa and ZN Gasa were disrupting you. The first member that I called into order was Honourable Fraser. I called her into order twice. If you say akuzange, ngizawuya kwi-record, ngikupresentele in the sitting or in writing. I am going to make an extraction of that because, you know, honourable members, when you want to do something that is out of order, you also, for you to succeed, bring doubt on others. I am going to extract and send to Honourable Makubane through Hansard, and in the next sitting, I will demand an apology. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'll appreciate that, but please don't patronize us. We are members here. Don't patronize us. When we rise here, through the rules, we have all right to write through the rules. If you want to bring evidence, but don't patronize us. We are members in this house.
I promise that I will not patronize you. But if truth patronizes it, or patronizes you, I am sorry. I will state truth and facts, and I plead with members in the House to also listen, because some of the things you make because you did not hear. I called into order Honourable Fraser, and I can't stand here and allow a member to say I did not call. I mentioned her twice. And even members from your own caucus heard me. But when you rise now as if it did not happen and say I'm patronizing you, I am sorry, Honourable Member. If truth patronizes you, I am very sorry. I will stand for truth. I am now calling for you, Honourable Billy, to continue.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this House sends delegates to the NCOP to ensure that voices and concerns of provinces are heard at a national level. And I can assure you, Madam Speaker, the concerns we are debating here today are not isolated.
No, Honourable Piri, I'm sorry. Please, Honourable Members, don't threaten me. Don't threaten me. Please, allow me to preside. Please, continue, Honourable Piri.
As I assure you, Madam Speaker, that the concerns we are debating here today are not isolated. They are echoed across many provinces, but in KwaZulu-Natal, they are particularly acute. From the border of Kolela Post in Upongolo, stretching across the mountainous crossings into Lesotho, our province faces persistent and growing challenges with porous borders and weak enforcement. Honourable members, let us be honest with the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The frustration we are seeing on the streets, the protests, the anger, the demands, these are not manufactured. They are real. They come from communities that feel abandoned, communities that feel the state has lost control. People are asking, who is entering our country? Who is working in our communities? Who is competing for already scarce opportunities? And when those questions are not answered, frustration turns into protest. But, Madam Speaker, while we must acknowledge and respect these frustrations, we must also caution against allowing this House to be swept up in emotion and populism, because leadership demands that we do not simply echo the loudest voice. We must provide the clearest solution. Honourable members, the first step to solving any problem is to diagnose it correctly. This crisis did not emerge overnight. It is a crisis. It is a result of years, in fact, decades of failure. Failure to secure our borders, failure to modernize immigration systems, failure to resource critical institutions, failure to act decisively against corruption. Under the successive ANC administrations, our borders have been neglected and in many instances, effectively abandoned. The Border Management Authority, which should be the front line of our national security, remains under-resourced and overstretched. The South African National Defence Force, which is meant to support border safeguarding, has been weakened by budget cuts and capacity constraints. And the Department of Home Affairs has for years relied on outdated, paper-based systems that are vulnerable to fraud, manipulation, and corruption. So, honourable members, we cannot ignore the legacy of decisions taken during the tenure of Malusi Gigaba and Ubabu Jacob Zuma, where government failures opened the door for abuse of our immigration system. Honourable members, this is the context in which our people are reacting. So yes, their frustration is certainly justified. But what is not justified is turning that frustration into lawlessness. What is not justified is allowing communities to take the law into their own hands. Because once we cross that line, we replace one crisis with another. South Africa is a constitutional democracy. The rule of law must remain supreme. The rule of law must remain supreme. We cannot fight illegality with illegality. Madam Speaker, this debate comes at a critical moment, a moment where South Africa is beginning to shift its trajectory. We are in a period of reform, and it is important that we acknowledge where progress is being made. Under the leadership of Minister Leon Schreiber, there is a clear and deliberate effort to restore order, integrity, and efficiency within our immigration system. This includes, honourable members, a renewed focus on digitization to eliminate fraud and reduce human interference, to create stronger action against corruption within the Home Affairs Department, expansion of services through partnership with banks and bringing efficiency closer to citizens, and critically, a push to strengthen border infrastructure enforcement. Honourable members, just this week, a significant reforms were announced by the Minister of Home Affairs, including the large-scale investment into modernizing our border systems, announcing that there will be an investment of over 12 billion rands into this project. This is not just about infrastructure, honourable members, it's about restoring our sovereignty. It is ensuring that South Africa once again knows who enters, who exits, and who resides within our borders. Honourable Gasa asked how many people were deported. Just this past 2 years, there's over 100,000 people that have been deported by the Department of Home Affairs. But let me be clear, honourable members, this reform will take time, which is why this House must play a rather constructive role. Instead of inflaming tensions, we must guide our communities. Instead of exploiting anger, we must channel it into solutions. So what must be done? Firstly, we must support the strengthening of border security, not just in policy, but in budget allocations. Secondly, we must accelerate the digitization of immigration systems to close loopholes and reduce corruption. Thirdly, we must ensure that law enforcement agencies are empowered to act decisively against illegal activity fairly, lawfully, and consistently. Fourthly, we must engage our communities honestly, acknowledging their concerns, but also reinforcing the rule of law. And finally, we must reject the dangerous narrative that paints all foreign nationals with the same brush, because many who are in this country legally contribute positively to our economy and our society. This is not a fight against people. It's a fight for order, for fairness, and for the rule of law. Honourable members, the reality is that our people have now got a government that is in control, the government of national unity and the government of provincial unity. A government that is protecting its citizens while upholding its constitutional values. So let us not reduce this complex issue to slogans and political point scoring. Let us rise to the level of leadership that points us to demands. Madam Speaker, we must fix the system, not inflame the streets. We must restore the rule of law and replace it with more justice. Thank you.
Thank you. The next member for 8 minutes is the Honourable SPG Mbatha.
They arise to address an issue that has become a direct test of our communities. Citizens are living with fear, frustration, and uncertainty. Drug syndicates are destroying our young kids. Human trafficking networks continue exploiting vulnerable women and children. Criminal syndicates continue expanding into vulnerable communities. And ordinary citizens are increasingly losing confidence in the institution meant to protect them. Honourable Speaker, there is something very interesting that I just want to share. Under the leadership of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi as a Minister of Home Affairs, our immigration system was left vulnerable, but the responsibility for failure did not end there. The ANC, since coming to power, has allowed the very same weaknesses to persist and affect the evidence today. Illegal immigration is such, but more than that, criminals have infiltrated our borders and drugs syndicates, human trafficking, and all that. So these are the things that when we debate as members of this legislature, we seem to ignore. The problem in this country is not foreigners. The problem in this country is that people who are supposed to uphold the law are not doing so. Honourable Speaker, this debate is not about hating foreign nationals, as I said. It's not about attacking people who are lawfully in this country. It is not about emotional politics. It's about governance, border security, law enforcement. It's about whether government still exercises effective authority over the system it is constitutionally mandated to manage. Now, Honourable Speaker, recent incidents involving Home Affairs officials implicated in corruption involving permits, passport, immigration, documentation should concern every member of this legislature, because these incidents exposes institutional vulnerability. And where institutions become vulnerable, criminal networks expand rapidly. This is why border management cannot be treated casually. Yet, this is why border management cannot be treated casually. No serious nation allows criminal syndicates to exploit weaknesses within the state system without decisive intervention. Yet, increasingly, the GPU appears reactive, fragmented, and overwhelmed by challenges it should have addressed long time ago. And the frustration among ordinary citizens continues growing because people do not experience government through speeches. They experience government through daily life. They experience it through unsafe communities, through unemployment, criminality, the collapsing trust in institutions, and through the growing perception that laws are becoming optional depending who violates them. Honourable Speaker, the people are not demanding hatred, they are demanding order. They are not demanding division, they are demanding accountability. And they are not demanding unconstitutional conduct. They are demanding that the Constitution itself be enforced fairly and consistently. because the Constitution does not require government to tolerate criminality. It does not require government to ignore illegal activities. And it certainly does not require government to surrender control of its borders out of the political hesitation of fear of criticism. The first responsibility of the state is to protect its people and uphold the law. It's a basic principle that we know. Without that, governance itself begins to weaken. Honourable Speaker, when citizens begin organizing themselves peacefully around issues of crime, border control, and law enforcement failures, government should not dismiss them. Government should listen. This is why we will continue supporting the voices like Jacinta Ngobese and the movement like March and March, because these movements are emerging from real frustrations experienced by ordinary people daily. They reflect growing public concern about institutional weaknesses and inability of government to respond decisively to issues affecting communities on the ground. And perhaps what concerns the government establishment most is that ordinary citizens are beginning to demand visibility, accountability, where government has failed to provide visible results. Honourable Speaker, the people of KwaZulu are not political conscious. They understand the difference between leadership and management decline. They understand the difference between authority and public relations. And increasingly, they are recognizing that governance requires decisiveness, discipline, and institutional control, not endless explanation for failure. Because a government that continuously explains problems without resolving them eventually loses public confidence. And once that confidence disappears, political realignment begins. That is precisely what happened before our eyes. The rise of Umkhonto Sizwe Party is not accidental. It is being driven by communities that feel unheard, unprotected, and neglected by those currently entrusted with power. People are searching for leadership that projects authority, leadership that respects discipline, leadership that believes that laws must mean something in practice, not in speeches. The people want restoration of law and order, restoration of institutional discipline, restoration of board integrity, restoration of public trust, and restoration of leadership capable of acting decisively in the interest of the people. Honourable Speaker, history teaches us that government weakens gradually. They weaken when institutions lose discipline. When corruption spread in this country, corruption is like daily bread. When enforcement becomes inconsistent, and when citizens stop helping that government is capable of protecting them. This is the danger confronting this country. The people of KwaZulu are no longer interested in politics that manages decline while pretending everything is under control. They want effective government. They want functioning institutions. They want safety. And above all, they want leadership capable of acting decisively in the interest of them. This is what political atmosphere is proving. This is why the political atmosphere in this province is changing rapidly. Not because people are confused, but because people have become fully conscious of the failures surrounding them. I thank you.
Thank you. The next member for 4 minutes is the Honourable Chingosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to yourself, all honourable members. A foreign national in South Africa is defined as any individual who is not a citizen of South Africa, whether you are white or black. Ngithi nje angiqale lapho, Honourable Speaker. All people who are comply with the Immigration Act and hold valid visas or passport to live or work in South Africa. The so-called immigration self-appointment officers are even attacking those people who have
visas, and passport. Employing undocumented foreign national is prohibited, and hiring must adhere to strict labor regulation. Abaqashi, Honourable Speaker, bayeke ukuqasha abantu abanganawo amalungelo okuba kuleli ngoba enye yezimbangela zokuthi isizwe sakithi singaphatheki. Kodwa lokhu akusho ukuthi umphakathi awuzithathele umthetho ngezandla zawo njengoba benza nje beshaya nabantu. Honourable Speaker, ukucacisa nje inkulumo kamongameli weqembu le-EFF uma yethi all foreign nationals must be documented. It does not mean abenzelwe ama-South African ID njengoba sekushiwo kuthiwa ngoba sifuna bevotele i-EFF, but they must have a valid passport and visas which are mandatory for everyone to enter in our country. Standing here, Honourable Speaker, my thought is with our mothers and every South African who are street vendors. Asebesaba ngisho kuyovula amatafula abo bedayisa ngoba abalwazi usuku nehola lwesibhicongo. Babolelwa izimpahla zokudayisa, abasakwazi nokusupporta imindeni yabo ngoba uma bebavuka ekseni behambe beyovula amatafula bebuye lambatha ngoba bengasakwazanga ukuhweba. Honourable Speaker, the EFF in KwaZulu-Natal will never protect people who are violating the South African law, whether legally or illegally. Those who feed our youth drugs, human trafficking, and sell expired food to our people in the community must be arrested. The real culprits behind detention manifesting in KZN are the successive ANC government and the current GPU and GNU administration, who is incompetent in managing immigration and border control. The people of KZN and South African must direct their rightful anger not to fellow African but to the failed administration of the GNU. The economic freedom fighters in KwaZulu-Natal, we are not apologetic on our foreign national policy and our funding manifesto. Asisiyo indlovu eshintsha imbala njengomhlonishwa uNdunankulu owaqale wathi abahambe wabuya wathi they must be documented ngoba esebona ukuthi cha akasalibusi selibuswa womarch and march ne-operation Dudula. As a pan-Africanist movement sithi akube nokuthula eSouth Africa nakwisifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. One-legal document unelungelo lokuhlala, ongenawo ama-document akahambe yokwenza ama-document ukuze kwaziwe ukuthi bangaki abantu abakhona eSouth Africa. Ongakufuni-ke lokho, Honourable Speaker, asinanazi, akadiphothe ebuyisele ezweni lakhe. Njengeqembu le-EFF asivumelani nhlobo nokuthi abantu abanganawo ama-document behlale ezweni lethu. Uma ungafuni ukwenza i-document, buyela ezweni lakho. Thank you very much.
The next member for 4 minutes is the Honourable CM Shinga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I begin, Honourable Speaker, by thanking the KZN Legislature, in particular the Whipari, for accommodating this urgent motion. As a member coming from minority parties, this shows that the legislature is for all of us and functions without ukubandlulula. Siyabonga kakhulu somlomo. Honourable Speaker, this debate comes at a time when eThekwini is visible under pressure. We have seen protests in Durban, CBD, and surrounding areas, businesses closing doors, community expressing fear and anger, and reports of confrontations linked to campaigns against undocumented foreign nationals. This development cannot be dismissed as ordinary protest action. Recent reports show that Durban CBD protests have disrupted business activity, raised safety concerns, and required stronger intervention from law enforcement and government structures. The National Freedom Party in this House is very clear. South Africa cannot function properly if people enter, live, trade, work, or operate outside the law. A sovereign country must know who is inside its borders, who is documented, who is trading legally, who is employing people legally, and who is complying with the municipal bylaws, labor laws, tax obligations, and
immigration laws. That is not xenophobia, that is basic state administration. We must not be afraid to say that undocumented foreign nationals must be dealt with through lawful enforcement. Home Affairs must do its work. SAPS must do its work. Municipal law enforcement must do its work. The Department of Employment and Labor must do its work. SARS must do its work. If someone is undocumented, they must be processed according to the law. If someone is involved in crime, they must be arrested and prosecuted. If a business is operating unlawfully, it must be shut down through proper legal processes. The state cannot outsource its responsibilities to angry communities. But, Madam Speaker, we must also not insult our communities by pretending that their concerns are imaginary. People in eThekwini are raising real issues: crime, drug activities, undocumented trading, unfair business competition, pressure on services, unemployment, and a lack of visible enforcement. Even national reporting has reflected that the current protests are taking place in a broader environment of rising tension around undocumented migration, crime, fears, and pressure on public services. Honourable Speaker, this matter also affects international relations. South Africa is part of SADC, African Union, and the broader international community. We must remain neighbourly and respectful of other nations. But neighbourliness cannot mean lawlessness. Regional solidarity cannot mean South African communities must carry the burden of failed border management. Diplomacy must go hand in hand with enforcement. Human dignity must go hand in hand with the rule of law. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, the NFP stands on principle. We do not want undocumented foreign nationals operating outside the law. We do not want criminals hiding behind migration. We do not want South Africans being displaced from opportunity.
Honourable Member, thank you. We will now call upon the Honourable S.A. Duma, MEC Duma, for 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker Khubela, for affording us this opportunity. Let me greet the Oka's House. Let us thank you, Honourable Speaker, for a bold statement that you have undertaken by allowing this debate, a very critical debate, phenomenal debate, which in some instances occurs in a manner that is critical for almost all of us. Thank you, Honourable Twala, for elevating these principles, although I'll be dimensional in dealing with your approach, because in some instances you were historical, yet not allowing the material condition that is currently taking place in our context. I'm just going to open a quote from Amilcar Cabral. Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. At stake, this is what catapults the reality of why we are debating. The reality that in the context of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the issue of unemployment ratio is the reality and is the cause. So when you debate this matter, you must be economically correct, political correct, social correct, and emotional correct in understanding the realities. So those are the issues. And unfortunately, Honourable Bill, I thought because you come from NCOP, you are not just going to throw the mud on the ANC. I thought you were going to be broad and bigger, dialectical in understanding our history. Why we are here today is because of a Berlin Conference of 1884. Once upon a time, Africa was a continent without boundaries, and we live in peace at that particular time. Then there was a colonialism in our context of a special nature, which took place in a country, and almost all the resources, the mineral deposit. I could just assure you, Honourable Speaker, that in terms of decimal value, our economy can sustain the entire inhabitants. But because the scarcity economical that has been developed, we are fighting amongst each other. I'm sure by now we will be relevant why Honourable Mkhize is gallivanting and advancing on a history of Pan-Africanism, is that she might not be relevant now, I might not be relevant now, but time and space will judge us and absolve us at some point in time, because we've been made to fight once amongst another because of a material condition that has been created like that. So if you blame a government that created a national liberation of the new dispensation 91 and eventual 94, for me, you are then blindsided. You don't take into cognizance that even yourself in this pulpit, you are not going to be afforded an opportunity. There was once a time where this was only once white-only August House. Today, we've been liberated, irrespective, because we're not claiming all the victories, but we are saying that we are here because of a certain liberation movement. We must do a lot of things, Honourable Speaker. If you are illegal in any country, you must never be allowed, because the issue of job opportunities, there was once a study that was conducted during the ANC government in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which dealt with the threat on the issue of social cohesion, pointed a few things. Amongst other things was the issue of social wage. Amongst other things, the issue of competition for jobs. So those are the issues that when we are given formulated a time, the issue of reforms, we are deliberating on it, because we understand that only if we are just going to do something on the issue of unemployment, on the issue of inequality, then there is a looming and there is a bomb that might explode at any time. Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker.
The next speaker for 9 minutes is the Honourable LSO Hadebe. Honourable Hadebe, please.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Inkosi Yasemadungeni, Chief Whip of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, abahlonishwa from the right, BGPU, abaholwa Honourable Rogers, Jacob Mhlanganyelwa Zuma in his absentia, and fellow revolutionaries from the left, MK. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, let me define the word foreigner. A foreigner is someone who is not a citizen or national of a particular country and is often regarded as an outsider. Madam Speaker, the issue of foreigners in South Africa has roots dating back to 1652, when Jan van Riebeeck arrived at the Cape. Undocumented though, the first group of aliens arrived from the Netherlands in 1652, followed by others from England in 1795, and they permanently took control in 1806. History. Their mass migration began in 1820 with nearly 4,000 British settlers who arrived in the Eastern Cape. Yatemba ukuthi iDA sebazazi abanye ukuthi bafika kanjani. British occupation of the Cape in 1820 marked the beginning of the colonial rule. 1820 settlers. Did you know here that Democratic Alliance, awenu ama undocumented foreigners, niwabiza ngama tourist, baningi abelungu, abangekho documented, abakhona la. Senibabiza ngama tourists, bafike bahlale bakhizini, babe nendawo lapha koZimbabwe nako Cape Town. Those are undocumented foreigners. The economy of KZN is being controlled by the oligopolistic system of market structure. Oligopoly is a market structure in which a small number of firms dominate, control prices, and limit competition, of which the indigenous population are being excluded from the economy of this province, KwaZulu. The big firms and retailers are being controlled by the Jewish. Black people became the employees, and white people became the employers, who always exploit workers by making high profits through cheap labor.
emva kokuthi kuxoshwe njalo abasebenzi laba abamnyama nithi akwenzeke njani. They end up employing undocumented foreigners for cheap labor and terminate the jobs of the indigenous people. That is the bone of confrontation, that is the bone of contention between foreigners and indigenous people. Imisebenzi bazosebenza bona thina sisebenzi yini ezokwenzeka. That is the condition sine qua non, the causal factor of what is happening in KwaZulu-Natal. Madam Speaker, I rise today. I do not rise with statistics alone, but I rise with voices of our people. The mother in Kwamashu who fears for her child that is walking home from school. The young graduate in Umlazi who cannot find work. The family in rural village waiting endlessly for housing that never comes. These are not just stories. This is the reality of life in KwaZulu-Natal. Let us begin with honesty. Migration in South Africa is not accidental. It is driven by inequality, wars, economic collapse across continent. As Africa's most industrialized economy, our country becomes a place of hope. And we say clearly, we are not against our brothers and sisters from Africa. Ubuntu lives with us. Abelungu bangena nje basithatha ngobuntu base besingena besijwayela kahle. But honorable members, basidlela izwe nje nokuthi saba nobuntu. Siukhongolose sabavumela awubheke manje besijikele. Honorable members, there's nothing human about lawlessness. Our problems is not migration, but rather undocumented migration that is unmanaged, uncontrolled, and this is exploited by criminal and corrupt officials. Let me ask this house, how do you track someone who does not exist in any system? When undocumented individual commits crime, there are no fingerprints on record, no verified identity, no traceable history, and victims are left without justice. Communities are left in fear. Criminals walk free because of the system cannot even prove who they are. And yet, when people raise these issues, they are being told that they are xenophobic. Nithi abantu abenze njani? Bahlale begoqe izandla bebulawa, bethathela umsebenzi, kwenziwa yonke into. Honorable members, holding people accountable is not xenophobia. It is governance. Labantu abamashayo abasebenzi banesikhathi sonke. Ingoba abasebenzi kuba abantu besemsebenzini ngabasithothi kathi sokumasha. Ba unemployed, imisebenzi yabo ithathwa ama foreigners. Undocumented and ahola imali encane, cheap labor. Our borders are failing us. They are not well managed and are neglected. This failure account to the GPU. A nation without secure borders is a nation without control. Criminals, traffickers, and fugitives cross with ease. We now have individuals that committed crimes in their own countries, entering KwaZulu-Natal, and continue to do crime here, untracked, undocumented, and untouched by the law enforcement. Even worse, honorable members, that is provocation. Angikwazi ukusuka leni ngizobe kubukhosi bese ngicatha abantu balana bazojabula bagoqe izandla yimpi leyo. Those ngayigqugquzela impi ungeke ngisuke la ngizobe kubukhosi eNigeria ngithi sengiyinkosi inkosi wadebe eNigeria bangiqeda ama Nigerians. Honorable Speaker, our communities are bleeding. Drugs cartel are spreading like wildfire. Our youth, our future is being destroyed. Children are being turned into addicts before they even understand and what life is. And these networks thrive because anonymity of faithless people protect them. The people should be angry. Fake identity documents are being produced and sold to undocumented foreigners. This is not just crime, it's a betrayal. Let me talk about this job. Local truck drivers sit at home while undocumented foreign drivers with fake licenses are on our roads. Accidents happen, lives are lost, and families are destroyed. Nitabanda benzenjani, bacule badance. Employers choose cheap labor over lawful employment. And who suffers? The South African workers. Then we are told that there are no jobs. So not members, let me tell you, there are jobs. But however, there is no regulation to promote the South African worker over foreign national. Our clinics are overcrowded. Our housing backlogs rose. Our public service are in the brink of a catastrophe or about to collapse. Honorable members, let me speak the truth. The Red Cross did not start at the port. It started in the government offices. Our position as MK is clear. Once we take over KwaZulu-Natal, we will restore authority on borders, not to, we will clean out corruption at Home Affairs. We'll regulate informal economy so that it works for everyone. We'll prioritize with South African businesses and workers with real support, real funding, and real protection. We'll arrest all those who bank their monies under mattress to dodge SARS, including your president. Honourable Speaker, this debate is not about blaming foreigners. It's about defending the rule of law. It's about restoring dignity to our people. It's about saying enough is enough. Because when the government fails to act, communities begin to lose hope. And when hope is lost, instability follows. People are losing hope. Immigration Act of 2002, as amended, is clear. It's governing entry, stay, and removal of foreign nationals. Provides for visa registration and deportation. The Refugee Act, as amended, 1998, addresses asylum seekers and refugee status. Immigration regulation issued under the Act detailed practical requirements for documentation, work permit, and compliance. Section 31 of the Immigration Act allows the lawful entry and stay of the foreign national in accordance with regulations.
The next member for 5 minutes is the Honourable MEC Kaula.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Mbata, vulnerability is the 9 wasted years in South Africa under President J.J. Zuma. Angazi ke ukuthi silalele bani la kwaMkhonto wesizwe noma silalela umhlonishwa uZuma noma silalela umhlonishwa uMbatha noma silalela umhlonishwa waDebe, but I repeat, when President Zuma of the MKP was in Burkina Faso, he reiterated everything that was said by Malema in terms of scrapping the borders in South Africa and in Africa. And that is your position. Akenge nikhumbuze abahlonishwa, umhlonishwa uZuma uthe akubekwa amadrum makuvota, amadrum. Ilelo nalelo qembu lifake edrumini lalo. Umhlonishwa uZuma sithe siyokhethweni wathi iconstitution akayifuni. Kodwa namhlanje nikhuluma ngomthetho. Umhlonishwa uZuma othe ukhetho lingabi khona eSouth Africa ngoNovember. Now, angazi ke le compliance enikhuluma ngayo uthi because your president is opposed to everything that is constitutional. Ake sinisheke ninjalo. Yini enzekayo njengamanje ezweni lethu? Abantu sebevuka umbhejazana bathi bavikele kungokwabo. As the IFP, we are totally opposed to citizens taking law into their own hands. We are opposed to violence. We are opposed to lawlessness. We call upon the law enforcement agencies of the country which are tasked with securing the borders to do their work properly. We call upon the law enforcement agents which are tasked to monitor the labor laws of the country to do their job properly. We call upon the authorities responsible to ensure that people who are in South Africa are here legally, are properly documented and comply with the restrictions and timeframes stipulated in their documents of stay. We call upon business not to flout the employment regulations and procedures and systems stipulated in the local laws of the country.
Honourable members, if you want to raise some things, raise them. I would not understand the gestures. I may interpret them as if you are taking them towards a member that is on the podium and order you to be out of order. So I appeal to you. If you want to raise something, stand up and raise it, and we will attend to it. Continue, Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The IFP calls upon the policing powers to be devolved to provinces so that provinces can be judged fairly and accordingly for failures that are their mandates of operation. Kufanele ibukwe indaba yemingcele yezwe ukuyiqinisa nokuyivikela yebo lokho kuyiqinisa. Amaphoyisa akhala na ukuthi uyigada kanjani imingcele ebukwa ngamehlo nje kuphela kodwa yona ibe ingekho ngenxa ye-infrastructure.
Honourable MEC, please take your seat. What rule are you raising on, Honourable Makuban?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 57(1)(a) together with Rule 55. The
Okay,
members are tired.
let me go there. It's a Rule 57, 1A, which is a member may not interrupt another member while speaking unless it's a point of order, and Rule 55. Which member do you believe is not dressed as per the rules? Which member? I want to draw your attention that Rule 55 provides as follows: to preserve the decorum of the House, members must dress formally in contemporary business or traditional attire, provided that a member may not wear or display any political party symbols or insignia set out in Schedule 5. May you stand, Honourable Kaula? I want to inspect. I want to see what is here. What Himlela? South African flag. Thank you. Take your seat back, Honourable. Honourable Makubane, you may rise, sir. Honourable Kaula is dressed in terms of the Standing Rule 55. He has even added a flag of the Republic of South Africa. I only confine myself to what is on the rules, not to what I wish. Therefore, you are out of order. Honourable Kaula is dressed properly.
Honourable Speaker, thank you for your response on this point of order. But I will go back again, 57(1)(a) together with 14(2), that the speaker must discharge her responsibilities in an impartial manner. Our honourable member, Honourable Moyo, once was on a visual platform, and his shirt, his buttons were not up to this to his neck, so it was revealing the chest area. And you called Honourable Moyo to order and say because of that, Honourable Moyo must dress properly. You have to address everything in an impartial manner. Don't take sides, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much. I don't want to do the back and forth with you, Honourable Member, but what I appreciate is saying that his shirt was not buttoned, which is totally different to Honourable Kaula. But Honourable Makubane, ndiyacela nisese nilinde niqede lapho, Honourable Member. Honourable Makubane, if you feel that there is some transgression that has been done to your member, put it in terms of the rules. If you feel that the Speaker has erred while presiding here, raise that matter. The rules and the code of conduct has no one above it. Refer your matter specifically to the Ethics Committee if you so believe. Otherwise, we would be left with nothing but to think that you want that there be no authority and no precedence of the presidium whilst we are having the debates. So I am officially inviting you, as you feel that the Speaker has erred, please raise it directly with the Ethics Committee. Thank you so much. Honourable Kaula, you may continue. I reiterate, you are addressed in terms of the rules. Thank you. Honourable, take your seat, Honourable Kaula. Honourable Kika, what rule are you rising on, sir?
Madam, I'm rising on 57(1)(a), read together with Rule 80 subsection 3 and Rule 82.
You 82, Rule 82.
Yes, and 80 subsection 3.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, my point of order is this, that there is no point of order on a point of order. And once you have ruled on a matter, the honourable member that stood up and just spoke after you, without your recognition, without you giving permission to do so, the honourable member is out of order and should not have done that. He constantly does this where he rises after you have spoken and engages in a debate with yourself without properly dealing with the points of order.
Honorable Kika, I tried, as you were speaking, to look at Rule 80. A point of order may not be raised on a point of order. And I also read 82, that when called upon to do so by the presiding officer or to raise a point of order. I had initially given Honorable Makubane an opportunity to speak. He was going to raise a point of order. So the understanding of the rule when it comes to 1B does not come into effect. The second time when I was allowing him, I was exactly using the Rule 82(1) when called upon to do so by the presiding officer. I called upon him to speak because although we have ruled, we have also to ensure that we balance that with the balances and checks that are there in the rules by not in any way silencing members. And I believe that when a point of order is raised, the member called to order must resume his seat, and after the point of order has been stated to the presiding officer by the member raising it, the presiding officer must give his or her ruling or decision thereon immediately or at the next sitting when possible. But a member raising a point of order must refer to the rule. A point of order may not be raised on a point of order. That is the rule that we may be grappling with. If someone may have stood up and said, Honorable Makubane is out of order, that is when that rule would have been invoked, that Honorable Makubane is rising on a point of order. When a member says that he is out of order, it would have been that member who had been out of order. So in the application of these three rules, in this instance, it is Honorable Kika who is out of order. You may
Thank you for your ruling, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thokoza somlomo kulukhuni ukubhala ngokuhlanganisa ushaya ngoqobhije la kodwa asonipheka nje kancane noze nivuthe. Umnyango wezabasebenzi somlomo nawo sifisa uke wenze umsebenzi wokuqapha izaphula umthetho ngendlela ebonakalayo. Abaphela abasebenzi basemazweni angaphandle emagaraji.
Honorable MEC, please take your seat. The rules allow us to recognize Honorable T.P. Madlopha Mthethwa. Your hand is up. Honorable T.P. Madlopha Mthethwa, your hand is up.
No, I will. No. It's a mistake. I've never raised my hand. Sorry, Honorable Speaker.
Asiyaxolisa mhlonishwa Khawula, ungaqhubeka kanenkosi.
Abaphela abasebenzi basemazweni angaphandle emagaraji, ezitolo zokudla, bewokheshiya, ema-restaurant bengoweta, kuma-Uber, nalokho kunye bengabashayeli, emathilakini bengabashayeli, ezinkontilakini bexova usemende, beqhuba ibhali emaplazini, belima, behlakula, bevuna. Yonke lena neminye imisebenzi engingayibalanga imisebenzi esiqonelwe ngabokufika kodwa ibe ngokomthetho imisebenzi yabantu baseningizimu Afrika. Abeze lapha ngokuzocasha ngezimo ezimazonzo zasemazweni abo abahlala ezindaweni ezabelwe lokho. Bangatholakala sebevula amabhizinisi, sebedayisa emgaqweni, sebehweba kepha becashile. Uhulumeni kuzolonke akalwe nenkohlakalo kaHome Affairs. Lena ke uHome Affairs ke wemhlonishwa uHadebe through somlomo awukho la endlini ule ePitoli. Lena ke yamanyuvesi enza inkohlakalo yokuqasha bokufika bagcwale ikhampasi balandane kube semakubo ayikhulumeki inhlobo iyawahleba amanyuvesi akithi nezinga lemfundo yezwe lakithi. Angazi ngoba uprofessor ibona abakhuluma bakhihliza amagwebu kuma television nasemsakazweni yethu ngezinto eziphula umthetho ezenzakalayo kodwa abayihlazile eyenzeka lapho besebenza khona. Yabona ke into le into ezirong, mayi wrong nje into irong. Kanjalo noma right kufanele ibe right. as IFP, we stand in that principle that wrong is wrong and right is right. Umnyango wezohulumeni basemakhaya kufanele uqinisekise ukuqeqeshwa kwezinduna ngokubekwa kwabantu ezindaweni zamakhosi. Sekunenqwaba yokufika abahweba ezindaweni zamakhosi ababekwe bengalandelanga imiqathango yokuthi bafanele yini ukuba ezweni lakithi noma cha. Kanjalo nomasipala abake bakusukumela ukuqinisekisa ukulandelwa komthetho mayelana nezimvume zokuhweba zezipaza. Bhekelela ukuba izimpahla ezidayiswa lapho zisemthethweni futhi zihlanzekile ukudliwa umphakathi. Kamva nje sekuvameleni yokuba kumane kwakhiwe nje izipaza eceleni komgwaqo ebangeni ukubonakala ukuthi liphula umthetho futhi konke lokhu kwenziwa yibo labo ukufika isikhathi esiningi. Umthetho njengeqembu lenkatha sithi mawudlala indima yawo uqine abantu babone ukuthi kuyasetshenzwa kodwa laba abangekho emthethweni umthetho kawudile nabo.
Which role are you raising on, Honourable Makubane? Take your seat, Honourable MC.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm raising on 57(1)A. Is it parliamentary ukuthi silale sizesibeka izandla emakhanda? Honourable Bruta said, ulele, uzubeka isandla ekhanda emsebenzini. Is it parliamentary?
I hear you. Ibambeni bahlonishwa. Bambeni bahlonishwa. I hear you saying you are rising on Rule 57(1)A. And what is your exact point of order? Which rule are you using for the exact point of order? Which rule has been transgressed?
Not corrective behavior of members in the House.
Which rule? The rule. No, ngicela mhlonishwa sithathane kancane nje. Senze njengomhlonishukika siye kule rule sifunde sibuye. Which rule are you speaking on now?
Point the way it's acting in any other way to a serious detriment of the dignity of the decorum of the House. Awukwazi ukulala emsebenzini phambi kwethu singabahlonishwa. Usehlisa isithunzi.
Honourable Makubane, please stand. The rule that you have raised is not the rule that is correct according to your order. And mazikelo umhlonishwa olapo. You are saying that was acting in any other way to the serious detriment of the dignity, decorum, or orderly procedure of the House. And we have not seen that. Otherwise, Honourable Member, we would have called the Honourable Member. I am sitting here. His hand has been there, where it is. Then, let me finish. Honourable Gasa ZN, I will attend to you immediately after I finish. ZN, not JPN. There are two Gasas in the House. Now, I have been looking at him here. I haven't seen any disorder nor anything that was disturbing the House. So please, Honourable Member, take your seat. Honourable ZN Gasa. Haibo uxolo ZN Gasa. Honourable Ngobo, next to JPN Gasa. I am sorry. Honourable Ngobo. I am profusely apologize, Honourable Gasa, at next to Honourable Dex. Honourable Ngobo, you have been disturbing us. Please desist from that, member, please. With your shouting. I did not say apologize. I just said she must desist from that. Thank you. You may continue, MEC.
Thank you, Somlomo. The IFP expresses our appreciation to the Speaker and to Honourable Twala for bringing this topic to the House for debate. And as I conclude, Honourable Speaker, I want to make this quote. Sometimes it is better to keep your mouth shut and be thought a fool rather than opening your mouth and expose and remove all doubt. Thank you.
Honourable members, thank you. We have exhausted the debate. And now it is time to call upon the Honourable MW Twala for 5 minutes to respond to the debate as the mover. Honourable Twala, sir.
Honourable Speaker, first and foremost, let me also share the same sentiments as uttered by Honourable Kaula, Honourable Duma, on saying we thank you for allowing us to have this debate today. And also thanks to the EFF, the mighty left radical movement, for uniting this legislature today. I think when I was listening, I'm only going to draw on the positives, Speaker. And this debate does not allow us to be petty, because generations to come are going to be faced with this predicament. If we don't park the bus and be sober and critically analyze and critique the wrongs that we're faced with as the country and as a province. So I don't want to be petty and score cheap political points. I don't think this debate allows that. It allows, it calls for us as this legislature, as I've been listening, to be united to provide solutions on how are we going to confront the issues that we are faced with. Almost all the speakers were drinking from the same well. We all agree, in the absence of leadership, masses will lead themselves. We all agree. In the absence of leaders and the leadership vacuum, the political opportunist will take charge and lead the masses. Now, you find demagogues and political clowns, as correctly quoted by Honourable Sizo, they're now leading the society because of leadership vacuum. The leadership must take charge and ensure that it brings order in our province. It will start with addressing illegal immigrants. It will further goes to xenophobia. By the time you know, it is going to be regionalism, and it's going to perpetuate also civil war in this country. And I want us to also be careful and be thoughtful of maybe an element of saying this is patriotic citizens, but I view as people running anarchy and amok in the full view of society. Because everyone should be doing things within the confines of the Constitution, which is well said by Honourable Billy, and he quoted Honourable Zile verbatim to say the foreigners, they contribute to this country's economy. So they must be documented. That is what Honourable Zile said, and he quoted him verbatim. But we are here in this very house, as honourable members from different political parties. We took podium here. But when we go outside of this house, we're going to speak past each other because of the political mileage that we want to score in order to garner votes. But here we all spoke in one voice that we have a problem in this province, we have a problem in this country because of the borders, the border security, the people that are deemed to be taking employment of our forebrothers, of our people in the townships. The easiest targets is these illegal or immigrants that we perceive them as people who have taken jobs. But in the actual fact, there are no jobs in South Africa. In the actual fact, the imperialists have taken the scarce resources that we have. Instead of creating sustainable jobs and decent jobs, I don't think our people are hungry for easily disposable or deplorable cheap labor. They want decent jobs here in South Africa. Want to also tap in to be the owners of this economy, be participant in the economy of this country, not be on the sidelines sibukele the capitalists and the captains of the industry running this country down. In actual fact, all of us, we agree, let us go and combat the vigilantism that is perpetuated even against our people and our people of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Twala. We have concluded now with the debate. We want to appreciate the members who, from both sides of the House, are contributing to the debate, either by being present or by actually being speakers on behalf of their parties. But also to appreciate the party that has brought a matter to be discussed. We are about impactful oversight and accountability. It includes making government on any matter respond to the House. And it also means using the rules to represent the constituencies that brought us here. We appreciate all of you, honourable members. We will now move to the next order, which is the debate on the report by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Premier Community Safety and Liaison on the achievement of targets in terms of annual performance plans of the committee for the financial year 2025-2026. And it is therefore why I have to call. Am I having oh yes, I am having the correct speakers list. And the first speaker for 8 minutes is the Honourable W.N. Mkhize. 8 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ndabezitha Nkosi yaseMatungeni. Sekela Nduna Nkulu, Chief Whip of Umkhonto Wesizwe, Ubaba Umngadi, and all members of the legislature. Before we question targets or debate allocation, it is important that we state clear what must change if KwaZulu-Natal to move forward. Firstly, the office of the Premier must reclaim its role as the undisputed engine of coordination, consequency, and ethical leadership in this province. That requires a decisive shift away from compliance-driven planning towards implementation with authority, clearly costed innovation, a firm intergovernmental accountability, and visible consequences where performance fades. Secondly, the Department of Community Safety and Liaison must move beyond managing crime statistics and activities to actually reducing crime through outcome, oversight of SAPs, policing partnership, and community safety structures must translate into safer communities, not only report, audit, and meetings. Honourable Speaker, if these two centers of authority are not decisive, aligned, and outcome focused, no amount of budgeting will restore public confidence. It is against this solution-oriented lens that Umkhonto Wesizwe Party engages the community report before this House. Honourable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee confirmed that the Office of the Premier submitted technically compliant annual performance plan aligned with the Constitution, the NDP, the PGDP, and this medium-term development plan. The 2026-27 budget increases to 856.2 million, 4.69% inflation link increase, largely driven by early retirement cost. But, Honourable Speaker, compliance is not leadership. The committee's own performance report shows that while planning processes are followed, Coordination, effective, and consequence management remain weak, and this weakness reappear year after year. Program 2, institution development, with a budget of 392.7 million, introduces a new indicator for the KZN Digital Information and Innovation Hub. Yet both the APP analysis and budget review expose a serious flaw. There is no clear funding models, procurement framework, ownership, structure, or long-term cost sustainability. Honourable Speaker, innovation without cost transparency is not reform. It is risk. The committee's oversight work, including only 2 of 4 quarterly performance meetings held during the year, reinforces concern that systems are being built faster than accountability mechanism. We also note that the forensic investigation have increased, yet the public still does not see discipline, corrective action, or consequences. Investigation without outcomes undermine credibility. The Premier's office must re-establish consequence management as its primary coordinating instrument, not dashboard, not new platform, but decisive accountability. Honourable Speaker, turning to the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, the committee report reflects hard-working oversight, including visits to police stations, border posts, and specialized units such as Ingwavuma, Kosi Bay, and Mekamyama. We acknowledge improvement in planning targets, including increased SAPS accountability session, expand docket audit, assessment of community safety and policing forum, and enhance research output. Voluntarily declare. What am I doing? But Honourable Speaker, input do not equal to safe. The committee itself identified persistent weakness, uneven SAPS performance, fragile community safety structures, slow compliant resolution, and limited impact of current crime prevention model in high-risk areas. Most concerning in that the department's performance scope has shrunk from 37 targets to 24. This is not refinement. It is a contraction of ambition. At a time when violent crime, gender-based violence, and social unrest remain high, community safety should be expanding its footprint, not narrowing it. The budget picture strengthening this concern. The department allocation grows only marginally to 287.4 million with the EPWP integrated grant for social crime prevention and volunteer decline. Despite rising unemployed and community vulnerability, Honourable Speaker, the volunteerism cannot be backbone of provincial safety strategy. Real safety strategy, stability funding, professional capability, reliable crime data, and enforceable accountability from SAPS. Without these, community policing structures become symbolic rather than effective. Honourable Speaker, the committee report reflects planning and financial stability within the Zulu Royal Household Trust. The budget increases to 29 million, with alignment between the APP and expenditure and increased infrastructure investment. Umkhonto wesizwe support stability. However, the trust remain heavily depend on transfers from the Office of the Premier. Fundraising growth remains minimal, and financial self-sufficiency is still aspirational. The introduction of feasibility studies as performed indicator must now lead a bankable project, transparent partnership, and real revenue generation. not unless planning cycles. How, Honourable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee Oversight Plan correctly prioritizes the ethical government, police oversight, integrity management, and intergovernmental coordination, but plans do not.
Kabazela. Honorable members, we now call upon the next member for 6 minutes, and the next member is the Honorable MC Mapisa.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable MEC Ndabezitha, Inkosi, Yase Madungeni, Honorable Members. Honorable Speaker, the report before us reflects a year of active engagement by the Portfolio Committee on Premier Community Safety and Liaison, a committee whose uniqueness lies in its dual oversight responsibility over both the OTP and the Department of Community Safety and Liaison. From the outset, Honorable Speaker, it is important to acknowledge that the consolidation of these responsibilities under the leadership of the Premier has introduced a level of coordination that has yielded meaningful results for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The integration of governance and community safety priorities speaks to a broader vision of a responsive and accountable state. The work undertaken by the committee in reviewing the annual performance plans and budget of both Vote 1 and 9 demonstrate a commitment to ensuring that planning is not divorced from financial reality. The public engagements held in Mapumulo and Manguzi are particularly commendable. These are essential platforms for deepening democratic participation and ensuring communities have a voice in how resources are allocated. However, while the intent is clear, the execution still leaves a room for improvement. The fact that only 2 out of 4 quarterly meetings were held raises concerns about consistency in oversight. Effective governance cannot be episodic. It requires sustained vigilance, especially in a province where service delivery challenges persist and where public trust in institutions must continuously be earned. As Inkatha Nkululeko Yesizwe, we believe that oversight is not about fault finding, but about ensuring that public institution functions optimally. It is therefore encouraging that the committee has kept a close eye on expenditure patterns and performance reports. This is a critical function, particularly in a context where fiscal pressures demand that every rand spent must translate into tangible benefit for the people. The monitoring of key structures within the Office of the Premier, such as Integrity Management Unit and Operation Sukumasake, is also noteworthy. These initiatives have the potential to strengthen ethical governance and improve service delivery at the grassroots level. Operation Sukumasake in particular remains a powerful tool for integrated service delivery, but its success depends on consistent coordination and accountability across departments. Equally important is the oversight of Youth Chief Directorate and Zulu Royal Household Trust. This institution plays a significant role in shaping the social and cultural fabric of our province. Supporting youth development and preserving cultural heritage are central issues to building a cohesive and forward-looking society. With that said, Honourable Speaker, oversight must move beyond compliance and into impact assessment. It is not enough to monitor whether the program exists. We must interrogate whether they are making a meaningful difference in the lives of our communities. Are young people gaining sustainable economic opportunities? Are integrity mechanisms effectively capping corruption? These are the questions that must guide our work going forward as a committee. Honourable Speaker, one must mention that the committee conducted an oversight visit in Zululand, in Abaqulusi, particularly in Ward 20 at Mondlo and in Ward 4 in Clarkstad. We visited the farm Somlomo enziwa umuntu wesifazane osemncane wakwaButhelezi. Umsebenzi uyaqhubeka muhle, but a request that was made, they require a tractor so that umsebenzi uzoqhubeka. They request government to assist them ukubatholela imarket. The challenges identified in the report, particularly those relating to time constraints, must be addressed with urgency. The dual oversight role of this committee is demanding, and it requires adequate time and resources to be executed effectively. The practice of combining meetings for both votes, while understandably may dilute the depth of engagement
required for each. Honourable Speaker, I can say that this report reflects a committee that is committed to its mandate and has made notable strides in fulfilling its responsibilities. As the IFP, we support efforts that enhance accountability, strengthen governance, and improve service delivery. At the same time, we emphasize the need for consistency, depth, and impact in oversight work. Thank you.
The next member for 4 minutes is the Honourable HGS Mavimbela.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The Portfolio Committee on Premier, Community Safety and Liaison occupies a unique and highly strategic position within the legislature. As reflected in the report, it exercises oversight over both the Office of the Premier and the Department of Community Safety and Liaison. This dual oversight responsibility places the committee at the center of some of the most critical priorities facing our province: ethical governance, intergovernmental coordination, youth empowerment, integrity management, and community safety. This committee, as led by the African National Congress, therefore emerges as an important instrument in advancing the program of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The ANC's 2024 elections manifesto committed itself to defending democracy, strengthening the developmental state, and ensuring accountable governance that places people first. This report demonstrates that these commitments are being translated into practical oversight work within the legislature. This ANC-led committee deserves commendation for ensuring rigorous scrutiny of annual performance plan and departmental budget before the start of the financial year. The report confirms that the committee engaged directly with stakeholders and communities in Maphumulo and Manguzi to assess draft APPs and budget for both Vote 1 and Vote 9. This is an important demonstration of participatory democracy in action and is fully aligned with the ANC historic commitment to people-driven governance and social transformation. The ANC has always maintained that governance cannot be isolated from the people. Communities themselves must shape governance priorities and influence how public resources are allocated. Honourable Speaker, the report further reflects the committee's important monitoring role over the Integrity Management Unit and Operation Sukumasake structures, which goes to the heart of building a state that is ethical, coordinated, and responds to community needs. Operation Sukumasake is in particular represent an important model of integrated service delivery and intergovernmental coordination aimed at bringing governance closer to communities. The ANC understands that developmental governance requires a state machinery that works in a coordinated manner to control poverty, social fragmentation, and inequality. These programs represent real interventions aimed at empowering young people, economically expanding entrepreneurship, and restoring hope amongst the youth of our province. Importantly, these initiatives are not accidental developments, but programs rooted in the policy direction and the developmental priorities established under the previous ANC-led administration, which understood that youth empowerment is a strategic investment in economic growth, social stability, and the future of our province. The report also reflects important legislative work undertaken by the committee through the processing of the Section 76 bill, including Public Service Committee bill and the Public Administration Management Amendment bill. These legislative processes are critically important in strengthening professionalism, accountability, ethical conduct, and integrity within the public service, which falls squarely on the ANC long-held belief that the transformation of society requires political freedom. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
The next member, Honourable Members, for 8 minutes is Honourable Argo Kwal.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, this report before us is an important reflection of the work undertaken by the Portfolio Committee on Premier Community Safety and Liaison. It speaks to oversight conducted, engagements held, and the ongoing effort to strengthen governance in KwaZulu-Natal. And it is right that we acknowledge this work. But at the same time, we must ask, gently but honestly, whether this work is translating into what matters most: safer communities and restored public confidence. Because outside of this house, the lived experience of many residents still tells a different story. The Democratic Alliance approaches this debate not simply to criticize, but to contribute constructively as a committed partner in the government of provincial unity. We recognize that complex challenges like crime require cooperation, not confrontation. They require honesty, but also practical solutions. And that is the spirit in which we engage today. The report outlines the committee's dual oversight role over both the Office of the Premier and the Department of Community Safety and Liaison. This is not a small responsibility, it is a strategic one. It represents an opportunity to ensure that leadership at the highest level translates into coordination on the ground. And perhaps this is where we can strengthen our collective approach, not by doing more, but by ensuring that what we do lands where it matters most, in communities. From the DA's perspective, effective oversight is not only about tracking activities, it is about asking a simple but powerful question. What has changed for the people on the ground? Are communities experiencing less crime? Are people reporting crimes with greater confidence? Are we seeing visible policing where it is needed most? If these answers are unclear, then our oversight must evolve. The DA has always believed that safety is the foundation upon which opportunity is built. Without safety, businesses cannot grow, jobs cannot be sustained, communities cannot thrive. This is why our approach to crime is both firm and practical. The value of the government of provincial unity lies precisely in the diversity of perspectives brought into governance. The DA's role within this arrangement is to strengthen governance through practical oversight, evidence-based solutions, and a clear focus on delivery. We bring a culture of asking difficult but necessary questions. Are public funds being spent efficiently? Are programs reaching intended communities? Are departments measuring success meaningfully? These are not questions of opposition for opposition's sake. They are questions that strengthen governance, because when government is willing to integrate itself honestly, it becomes more capable. And that is what the people of KwaZulu-Natal deserve. A government that is honest enough to identify weaknesses and mature enough to correct them. The DA also believes strongly in professional public administration. Too often, communities lose confidence not because government lacks plans, but because implementation is inconsistent. This is why we continue to advocate for professional appointments, skills-based leadership, reduced bureaucratic delays, and strong monitoring systems. Government must be predictable, responsive, and competent. This may sound simple, but for many communities, it would be transformational. The Democratic Alliance brings not only ideas, but experience in governance that works. In DA-led governments, we have demonstrated that clean administration improves service delivery, and data-led strategies improve efficiency, and accountability improves outcomes. And importantly, we bring a mindset of measurable delivery. We believe resources must follow reality. Too often, policing is spread thinly instead of strategically. A DA approach ensures crime hotspots are consistently monitored, law enforcement visibility is increased where risk is highest, and resources are dynamically allocated. Within the GPU, this can be strengthened through better integration of provincial data systems and local intelligence. Crime does not exist in isolation. It flourishes where systems are weak. It flourishes where infrastructure fails. It flourishes where communities feel abandoned. A broken streetlight may seem insignificant in a budget discussion, but to a resident walking home at night, it can be the difference between safety and vulnerability. An overgrown public space is not merely a maintenance issue. It can become a site for criminal activity. Poor waste management, neglected buildings, and deteriorating urban environments all contribute to conditions where crime can thrive. This is why the DA consistently promotes a holistic view of safety. Safety is not only the responsibility of the police service, it is a product of functioning governance. When municipalities work, communities become safer. When infrastructure is maintained, opportunities for crime are reduced. When public spaces are managed, residents regain ownership of their environment. We cannot speak about safety in KwaZulu-Natal today without acknowledging the tragedy that has shaken our province in recent days. Just last week, 7 members of one family were brutally taken from their home in Newark, abducted, and later found murdered in Malmort. They were not statistics. They were mothers, fathers, siblings, people with futures, with plans and loved ones. A family that, days before, had been celebrating life was instead laid to rest together. That is the reality of crime when it is not contained. It is not abstract, it is devastating. It is personal and leaves entire communities broken. This is why our work here cannot remain procedural. It is why oversight must translate into urgency, why coordination must translate into action, why accountability must translate into consequences. And this is also why the DA continues to push within the GPU for a safety approach that is proactive, not reactive, community-driven, not distant, accountable, not ambiguous. Because tragedies like this remind us that behind every policy discussion is a life that depends on it. We owe it to that family and to every family in KwaZulu-Natal to ensure that such brutality becomes the exception, not the norm. So today, the Democratic Alliance stands not in opposition, but in partnership. We stand ready to strengthen what works, improve what does not, and ensure that our collective efforts deliver real change. Let us use this report not as an endpoint, but as a foundation. Let us move from oversight to outcomes, from coordination to delivery, from intention to impact. Because ultimately, the success of this committee will not be measured in reports, but in whether the people of KwaZulu-Natal feel safer tomorrow than they do today. The people of KwaZulu-Natal are not asking for perfection. They understand the complexity of crime. They understand resource constraints. They understand that no single intervention will solve every challenge. But what they do expect is visible progress. They expect to see government learning, adapting, and improving. They expect urgency, and perhaps most importantly, they expect leadership that is present. Leadership cannot only exist in reports and presentations. It must be felt in communities. It must be visible during crisis, and it must be consistent in follow-through. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The next member for 8 minutes is the Honourable MW Twala.
Mhlonishwa Speaker, indaba ezitha uChilezi Nkosi yaseMadungeni. Ngibingelele kuma members wonke omkhonto wesizwe. Ngabe ngiyabingelela naku JZ manje akekho. Ngokukhethekileyo ngiyabingelela Speaker kumhlonishwa uShinga. We are asked today to adopt what is presented as a performance report of Portfolio Committee on Premier and Community Safety Liaison. But when we measure this report against reality in KwaZulu-Natal, one conclusion is unavoidable. This is not a performance report. It is a record of systemic failure. This committee held only 2 out of 4 quarterly meetings, which is a 50% failure in oversight. At the very same time, KwaZulu-Natal remains one of the most dangerous provinces in the country. Over 6,500 murders annually, more than 8,000 sexual offenses reported each year, and persistent armed robbery and hijacking hotspots in eThekwini. Communities like Inanda, Wamashu, and Umlazi are living under daily threat. Yet the committee responsible for the oversight could not even meet consistently. Mhlonishwa Speaker, umbiko uveza ukuvakashelwa kwama-police stations in Umkhanyakude and Ugu regions. But what does it tell us? no arrest rates, no convictions rates, no backlog figures. Meanwhile, the reality on the ground in this detectives in KZN are handling 150 to 200 dockets each. Case backlogs are growing and criminals are walking free. So we must ask, what exactly did this oversight visit achieve? Because without measurable outcomes, this is nothing more than administrative tourism. Honourable Speaker, the committee claims limitations because policing is a national function, but the Constitution of South Africa, it's clear. Provinces have the power to monitor police conduct, oversee effectiveness, and ensure accountability. So this is not a legal limitation. It is a failure of political will. The findings of the AG of eThekwini Municipality says 1.6 billion is irregular expenditure in a single year. Nearly 7 billion is unresolved irregular expenditure. Material irregularities causing financial losses exceeding 28 millions and already in the current financial year. Hundreds of millions more irregular expenditure are being recorded. Honourable Speaker, AG further reveals that municipalities are spending almost 100% of their budget, but achieving as little as 32 to 64% of their targets. So money is being spent, but services are not reaching the people. This is governance failure. Honourable Speaker, we are told about youth-funded projects, but in the province where the youth unemployed exceeds 50% in many regions, we are given no jobs, creations numbers, no funding totals, no sustainability reports, and public money is being spent, but there is no measurable economic impact. Honourable Speaker, at Kosi Bay and other border points, illegal crossing continued, drug trafficking route expands, and stolen vehicles are moved across borders. Yet this report provides no statistics, no interventions, no agency. This is a security failure in plain sight. Honourable Speaker, Section 114 of the Constitution of South Africa requires Legislature to ensure the accountability and maintain oversight over the executive. This report does not meet that obligation. Honourable Speaker, the people of KwaZulu-Natal are living with the violence, failing municipalities, billions lost of irregular expenditure, and what does they receive in return? Missed meetings, weak oversight, and no accountability. The Integrity Management Unit is listed as the priority, but AG continues to report with consequence management and repeat findings year after year. So is the integrity, because without the consequences, integrity is just a slogan. This is not, we therefore reject the report as true reflection of the performance. We call for implementation of the AG recommendation, demand measurable crimes reduction targets, and insist on consequence management for financial misconduct. Until this House chooses accountability over the political convenience, the people of KwaZulu-Natal will continue to suffer. Therefore, as Umkhonto weSizwe, we reject this report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mthethwa. The next Honourable Member for 4 minutes from the EFF, Honourable Twala.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Economic Freedom Fighters sends its heartfelt condolences to the family of of Monsami from Watuguza, who lost 7 family members after they were brutally murdered last week. Further, welcome the arrest of 3 suspects in connection to the murder, and we call for law enforcement agencies to leave no stone unturned in ensuring that justice prevails in this case. We note the performance report on the work done by the Premier and Community Safety Liaison Committee. However, we note with concern that given Premier's office large scope of responsibilities and its oversight functions on the whole province, the Premier's office should have remained as a separate entity, and the Community Safety and Liaison Office Committee should also be separate. What we are witnessing now are catastrophic results of the merger of these 2 departments, as both require full-time commitment. While we welcome the Premier's efforts in combating crime in this province, sithi akusizi kepha ukugwamanda umsebenzi wophiko lwaka-community safety ngaphansi komnyango wakhe njengoba ziningi inkinga ebhekane nehhovisi likaNdunankulu. The fact that it is mentioned in this report at the time constraints make it difficult for the committee to have meetings with both votes. It is an indication that these departments should not have merged in the beginning. KwaZulu-Natal remains amongst provinces which are most affected by crime, also violent crime, and it further raises alarm that this committee, which comprises of legislators, is unable to make recommendations and, on SAPS-related matters, as SAPS remains a national competence. As the EFF, we should have a private members' bill in advocating that this committee should also have a say on SAPS-related matters. Further note that the progress report on the Youth Empowerment Fund, but we continuously call for transparency around this program, and we urge the Premier's office to ensure that this does not end with dispersing funds only, but our young people must be given the necessary support through the duration of the program. Ngifisa futhi ukuxosha ithuba Honourable Whip of the IFP, Chief Whip, ukuthi Honourable Biela no-Honourable Maphisa abekho la babamba umhlangano laphana wamaziko bafisa ukuhlalisa amaziko, so ngiyafisa ukuthi ubakhole into order nama-district councils. Xosha lelo thuba, ngiyathokoza.
Thank you so much. The next honourable member for 4 minutes from the NFP, Honourable Shinga. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I send greetings to you, to the Chief Whip, members of the executive, honourable members. Ngokukhethekile ke ngivume kumhlonishwa umthetho engibingelele nami ngokukhethekile nami ngithi nyambose. Honourable Speaker, this debate comes at a time Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu. Mhlonishwa Tembe, the report before us is important because it deals with 2 centers of government responsibility, coordination through the Office of the Premier and public safety through community safety. And this report reminds us that this portfolio committee is established in terms of Rule 195 of the Standing Rules, and it has a unique oversight mandate over 2 votes, vote 1 and 9. That alone makes this committee one of the most strategically important committees in the legislature. It sits at the intersection of leadership, coordination, integrity management, youth development, policing oversight, border safety and community safety structures. The National Freedom Party welcomes the work that has been done. It is correct that the committee did not only sit in Pietermaritzburg and wait for the reports, it went to communities. It considered draft APPs and budget with the stakeholders in Wamapumulo and Mangus. That matters because budgets must not be drafted far away from the people who feel the consequences of government planning. The report also confirms that the committee achieved its APP target in respect of the APP and budget consideration, and that comprehensive budget reports for both votes were tabled in the House. That is good oversight practice, and the NFP supports that approach. Honourable Speaker, this matter also affects Honourable Speaker, we also welcome the visits conducted. The committee visited youth empowerment projects such as Gukondile Trading, Banotsile Entertainment Place, and Yonibo Sanitation Services. This is important because youth empowerment cannot be judged only by the approval of funding. It must also be judged by whether young people are actually operating, producing, employing, and expanding and surviving beyond initial support. The NFP believes the next measure must be sustainability. How many of these youth-funded projects are still active after 12 months? How many jobs have been created, and how many are connected to provincial procurement opportunities? That is the difference between a project and economic transformation. On community safety, the report records oversight at Ingwavuma police station and further confirms 7 of the 8 planned oversight visits were overtaken. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, we commend the committee under the leadership of the chair, Mbali Fraser, and all the work that has been done by the committee, which results in a follow-up matrix with timelines, responsible departments, and measurable improvements.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC. The next honourable member for 4 minutes is Honourable CQ Madlopa from the ANC.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Deputy Speaker, executive members led by the Honourable Premier of the province, the work of this committee of this ANC-led committee demonstrates a practical understanding that effective oversight over safety institutions is essential in restoring public confidence in the state. Communities must know that government is present, responsive, and accountable. The committee did not confine itself to the reports and presentations in the boardroom. It went directly to where our people experience the realities of crime and insecurity. The report reflects that the committee undertook oversight visits to various police stations and border policing facilities, including Ingwavuma Police Station, Kosi Bay, border police station, as well as Mohlonyana Police Station. Honourable Speaker, these visits are critical, important, because they allow members of this legislature to access firsthand the condition of infrastructure, operational readiness, resource constraints, as well as the effectiveness of policing services, especially in vulnerable rural and border communities. This approach is consistent with the ANC's long-standing understanding that oversight must be people-centered and developmental in character. Oversight must respond to the lived experiences of ordinary South Africans, particularly the poor and working class who suffer the most from crime, gangsterism, drug abuse, and gender-based violence. I think oversight is very much crucial because the outcome will only be found when the oversight is effective. We further commend the committee for prioritizing the monitoring and strengthening of community safety structures, such as community policing forums, community safety forums, and youth desk. This report correctly identifies these structures as central pillars in the fight against crime. The ANC has consistently maintained that crime prevention cannot rely on policing alone. Safer communities require active citizenship, social partnership, and community mobilization against criminality and social decay. The committee must also be commended for establishing a constructive working relationship with the provincial subs-commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi. Such cooperation strengthens the oversight, effectiveness, and improve access to information and policing facilities. Honourable Speaker, the ANC has always advanced the principle of cooperative governance because institutions that work together in the interest of the people strengthens the capacity of the democratic state. Honourable Speaker, the struggle against crime cannot be reduced to personality politics or the projection of individual heroism. Safer communities are built through a functioning institution, active community participation, and consistent oversight by democratic structures, such as this ANC-led committee by Honourable Fraser. Honourable Speaker, we thank you for this, and also thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Madlopa. Honourable members, the next honourable member for 8 minutes from the MKP, Honourable T.A. Nene. Order, MEC.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable members of the House, greetings to Nkosi Qhiliza. On behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we rise today to firmly oppose the 2025-2026 performance report of the Portfolio Committee on the Premier Community Safety and Liaison. We do not oppose for the sake of opposing, Bab Qhiliza. We oppose because this report, when carefully examined, exposes serious weaknesses in oversight, accountability, and the overall commitment to improving the lives of our people. At first glance, the report attempts to present a picture of functionality and progress. It speaks of oversight, coordination, and engagement. But when we move beyond the surface, a very different reality emerges. A reality of inconsistency, underperformance, and missed opportunities. Honourable members, oversight is not a ceremonial exercise. It is a constitutional duty. It is the backbone of accountability in this legislature. Yet this very report admits that only 2 out of 4 quarterly meetings were held during the financial year. This is not just a statistic. It is a general failure. How can this committee claim to monitor expenditure of performance and the service delivery effectively when it has only fulfilled half of its own oversight obligations? What happened to the other 2 quarters? What went unexamined? What failures went unnoticed? This is not keeping a finger on the pulse. This is losing the pulse entirely. The report further claims that the committee undertook 7 out of 8 planned oversight visits. On paper, that sounds commendable. But honorable members, oversight is not about ticking boxes. It is about the impact. Where are the measurable outcomes of these visits? Where is the evidence that these visits indeed improve service delivery? Where is the accountability for the issues identified? We are told that visits were conducted to youth-funded projects and police stations, but we are not told how many of those projects are sustainable today. We are not told whether these police stations are better resourced, better managed, more effective in fighting crime. Oversight without consequences are meaningless. Honorable Chairperson of the session, one of the most concerning aspects of this report is how it deals with community safety, an issue that is critical to every citizen of this province. The report acknowledges challenges in policing, particularly at border posts and within infrastructure, yet it quickly retreats behind the argument that SAPS is a national competence. Sibonile ke babkhawula lapha eMtubatuba kuze kwateleka
Order.
I'm Honourable Kaula.
Order. Honorable MEC, please take a seat.
Calm
I
down.
am aware. No. You do not have to preside on my behalf.
Okay.
But honorable member, through me if you are going to be.
Captured, Chairperson.
Thank you. And honorable members, yes, you may proceed.
Thanks very much. Sibonile Mtubatuba umashe kwazi kwamasha amaphoyisa okushoda kweinsiza sisebenza kusho ukuthi luselude ukhala kusafanele suluhambe. Let us be clear. Crime may be administered nationally, but it is experienced locally. Our people do not care whether responsibility lies with national or provincial government. They care about their safety. They care about whether they can walk the streets without fear. They care about whether police stations are functional, resourced, and responsive. This committee can hide behind jurisdictional limitations while communities continue to suffer. If anything, these limitations should push the committee to work harder, to escalate issues, and to demand accountability from national counterparts. Instead, what we see is passive acceptance. But we must ask ourselves, is improved cooperation with the SAPS an achievement in itself? Cooperation is expected, it is not deliverable. The real question is, what has the cooperation achieved for the people on the ground? Has crime decreased? Has responses times improved? Are communities safer today than they were yesterday? The report is silent on these critical issues and questions. We are also told of interventions in isolated cases such as disputes in institutions. While these are important, they do not compensate for systematic weaknesses in oversight and service delivery. Honourable Deputy Speaker, another alarming issue raised in this report is that of the time constraints. We must treat this with seriousness it deserves. Time constraints can't be used as an excuse for failing to fulfill constitutional responsibilities. This committee exists to perform oversight. If it does not have time to do so effectively, then something is fundamentally wrong. Our priority is misplaced. Is there a lack of commitment? Is there simply poor planning? Whatever the reason, the outcome is the same. The people of this province are not receiving the level of accountability they deserve. Furthermore, the report speaks of monitoring programs such as Operation Sukuma Sake, the Integrity Management Unit, and the Youth Development Initiatives. These are critical programs. They have the potential to change people's lives. But once again, we are given descriptions, not results. Monitoring must translate into improved outcomes. It must not lead to better service delivery, reduce corruption, and real empowerment for young people. Without measurable impact, monitoring becomes nothing more than a paper exercise. Honourable members, what is most concerning about this report is not just what it says, But what it does not say, it does not provide a clear picture of improvement in community safety. It does not demonstrate strength in accountability. It does not show that this committee has fully exercised its oversight work. Instead, it presents a narrative of activity without impact, engagement without consequence, and responsibility without agents. This is not good enough. Our people are facing serious challenges: crime, unemployment, inequality, and a lack of trust in public institutions. They expect this legislature and its committees to act decisively and effectively. They expect oversight that is rigorous, consistent, and results-driven. This report does not meet that standard. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we believe that oversight must be strengthened, not weakened. It must be proactive, not reactive. It must deliver real outcomes, not just reports. We can't accept a situation where critical meetings are missed, where oversight lacks impact, where accountability is diluted. We can't accept excuses when our communities are crying out for safety, service delivery, and effective governance. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in closing, this report...
Thank you so much, Honourable Nene. Siyabonga. The last honourable member for the substantive debate for 6 minutes from the IFP, Honourable MC Mapisa.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you for an opportunity again as a member who attends the Portfolio Committee visit with an intention to detect what is happening. I will make the positive contributions. The issue of community safety remains one of the most pressing concerns for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. As I mentioned earlier, this report provides a valuable insight into the efforts of the Portfolio Committee in overseeing policing and community safety structures across the province. At the center of this work is the monitoring of police stations, border posts, and community safety formations such as community policing forums and youth desk. These structures are the first line of defense in our fight against crime, and their effectiveness has a direct impact on the lived experience of our communities. It is encouraging to note that the committee has undertaken several oversight visits to key sites, including police station in Ingwavuma, Kosi Bay, and Mehlemnyama. Such visits provide members with a first-hand insight into the challenges faced by the law enforcement on the ground, and such engagements are essential if we are to craft informed and practical interventions. The improved working relationship between the committee and the SAPS leadership is also a positive development. Access to information and cooperation from law enforcement leadership is critical for effective oversight. This collaboration must continue to be strengthened, always with the aim of improving service delivery and accountability. However, Honourable DS, we must confront a fundamental challenge highlighted in the report. The limitation posed by the national competence of SAPS, while policing is indeed a national function, the reality is that crime is experienced locally. Our communities do not differentiate between spheres of government when they are confronted with violence, theft, and insecurity. We believe that this reality demands innovative approaches to intergovernmental cooperation. The province must continue to engage national authorities, but it must also maximize the tools within its control, strengthening community safety structures, support metropolis services, and enhancing coordination at a local level where tangible progress can be made. Beyond that, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the role of community structures cannot be overstated. Community policing forums and safety committees are vital in bridging the gap between the police and the public. However, these structures often operate with limited resources and support. But through the plausible commitments by the Honourable Premier, we have seen deeper investments in this formation in order to ensure that they are functional, inclusive, and responsive. Another important aspect of the committee work is its oversight of Youth Empowerment Initiative. The visit to business supported by the Youth Empowerment Fund highlight the potential of targeted intervention in addressing unemployment and social instability. When young people are given opportunity to participate in the economy, the ripple effects are profound, not only in reducing poverty, but also in preventing crime. The examples cited in the report from trading enterprises to agricultural ventures demonstrate that with the right support, young people can become drivers of economic growth. Young people are capable, young people can make positive contributions, and we are willing to learn. The initiative deserves continued support and careful monitoring. At the same time, we must ensure that such programs are expanded and made accessible to more young people across the province. People of KwaZulu-Natal, people of Nkongolwane, people of Coronation, and people from Nongoma must access these services. The current supply and addressing this gap must remain a priority. The challenges related to infrastructure at police stations and border posts are also deeply concerning. Poor infrastructure undermines the ability of law enforcement to perform effectively and sends the wrong message to communities about the state's commitments to safety. For an example, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the police station of Glagstad is collapsing. The police station of Ngome is collapsing. While this may fall under the national jurisdiction, the province must continue to advocate strongly for improvement. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this report reflects meaningful efforts to enhance community safety and support local empowerment. The IFP support initiatives that brings government closer to the people and that address the root cause of crime. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mapisa. Honourable members, this brings us to the end of the substantial debate. I now invite the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee to respond for 5 minutes. Honourable MC Fraser.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, I greet you all. First and foremost, allow me to thank all the honourable members who positively contributed to this progressive report of the Premier Community Safety and Liaison Portfolio Committee. Honourable Mavimbela, Honourable Madlopa, Honourable Shinga, Honourable Twala, and Honourable Kakul. Let me thank you, and Honourable Mkhize. I believe those were the members who understood what is it that we are talking about. Honourable Mkhize, we acknowledge what you have said about the safety structures, and indeed they are active in our communities. Otherwise, others that you've said were your opinions. We are noting them. Honourable Mapisa, we are also noting the involvement that is happening in the committee, and we appreciate your views. Allow me to go straight to Honourable Mthethwa. Yabona-ke mhlonishwa uMthethwa. Ngiyafuna ukusho mina ukuthi iproblem ebakhona uma uyimember uzothi mawufika ekomidini ufika uhlale nje uyithulele. Kuba inkinga ngoba uyaye ungakwazi nokubuza imibuzo ebuzwa kwikomiti. Kunemibuzo ebuzwa ekomidini, kunemibuzo kufanele uyithole kwi-report. You cannot expect a report that is going to be read in the House to give you all the details that you were talking about. And again, if you'll come here and say you reject the report, are you telling us that you did not go to the oversight? Nginenkinga nje umuntu omanathi report yekomiti akayazi. In fact, angisale sengikhuluma nabo bobabili bene honourable kunene ukuthi uma uthi
through me, Honourable Fraser,
through you chair. Uma uzothi awuhambisani nereport yekomiti usho ukuthi awuyanga kwi-border gate. Khulunywa ngento ongayazi, awuyanga kuma-oversights. Wawungekho ama-reports elethwa. Yini le okhuluma ngayo, yini lo iphikayo. Noma problem ukuthi ulibale golden horse wafika late, wafika sesixoxile. Ngoba the problem that we have, Honourable Speaker, now and then it happens that people are booked at the golden horse. We start the meetings and they come late. Unfortunately, we are here from different political parties. Ours is to do what we are sent for. So if the members will relax at Golden Horse and come to the meetings late, definitely nobody will give them the information. That is why we hear things like, we don't adopt, we don't support. And you ask yourself, I don't support the report of the committee. Why do you come to the committee then? We're not part of the committee. We abstain on the report of the committee. What are you telling the people of KwaZulu-Natal? That you don't even attend the committee meetings? What is it that you are saying to the nation? I think I have a problem. It means the speaker, to the speaker, there are people who are getting paid for doing nothing. Because one of the functions, or rather the core functions of us being here, is to go out and do the oversight. So what is it that you are being paid for? What is it that you are being paid for? You come here, you stand and you tell us that you don't know about what is the department is doing. Uhlaleleni kanti ekomidini uma ungazi department yenzani. Yini lo ihlalele? I think I'll be wasting time if I can continue talking to them. Otherwise, with all the members who comes to the committee and do what is expected of them, the report that we gave here was a true reflection of what is happening in the committee. And once more, let me thank all the members who make sure of that they come to the committee and they also attend all the committee meetings. Thank you very much. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, honourable members. That brings us to the end of the debate and the debates for today. We will move on in the items for the order paper, which is 8.3. I'd like to invite the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs on the achievements of targets in the terms of annual performance plans of the committee for the financial year 2025-2026. Honourable Chair, you have max 20 minutes. Thank you. Order, Honourable Biela. Order.
Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the MEC of Economic Development, Nondaba MEC is present. The leader of official opposition, Nkosi Yasemadungeni Siyakhuleka. Honourable members, I will not bore you with the background. Safe to say, we rise as per the establishment of Rule 195 of the House, which stipulates our work, and it is as presented. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we present the report of our annual oversight plan of the financial year 2025-2026, and in our considered view as a committee is that it is a report of a portfolio committee that have outdone itself in terms of meeting the mandate of the House. In considering, we will then start by dealing with our work in considering the 2025-2026 APP and budget, which was done, Honourable Chair, and the department presented in time, and then having done that and having scrutinized that, and then it was withdrawn as a result of an oversight, as a result of the withdrawal of the bill nationally, but subsequently, on the 22nd of July 2025, we then, as a committee, receive again this stipulation and then we adopted on the 23rd of July. On Financial Portfolio Committee and budget briefing that we have conducted as an oversight, the committee participated in Finance Committee budget hearing on the 11th and again on the 15th of April 2025, focusing both on both departmental and entity allocation. On our annual oversight plan, Deputy Speaker, the committee have resolved as part of the summary of our annual oversight plan to 1, monitor the multi-year project outlined in the department APP to strengthen the oversight through regular site visits, tracking down employment equity targets and staff turnover, and conducting stakeholder engagement and public outreach. We have also said as part of our priority, we will deal with oversight and support of key entity, among others will be ERB, ITZ, Dube Trade Port, and Itala IDFC. We have also made an undertaking of inter-legislature benchmarking and capacity building initiative. Those were some of our key AOP. On quarterly performance reports, the committee considered the following reports. The 30 May 2025, quarter 4, which we dealt with 2024-2025. The 29th of August 2025 first quarter report, the 11th of November 2025 second quarter report, the 2 December 2025 annual performance report, and the 20 March 2026 third quarter performance reports. The reports, we must indicate, were submitted by the department, Honourable Nondaba through you, Deputy Speaker, on time, and it enabled us as a committee to do an effective analysis. On special meeting, the committee did conduct it under its the year that is under review, at least 3 committee special meetings. It was conducted on the 15th of July 2025, where we engage the department, and Impende and Msunduzi Municipality, following an oversight visit that we have had. We have also had a special meeting on the 12th of September 2025, where we dealt with the engagement of KZN era, and again the follow-up on the same matter on the 23rd of September 2025. But here we then added tourism and film. On oversight visits, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we have conducted, among others, the following oversight. We have went to Mkanyagude district, Umshwayelo fish processing product on the 19th of March 2025. We have dealt with we have went to King Tetwayo, where we have met RIPTZ on the 20th of March 2025. We have went to Mkungundlovu district in Pendle and Umsunduzi and to deal with Umsunduzi and Pendle marketing and store on the 10th of June 2025. We have went to eThekwini and then met Dube Trade Port on the 29th of August 2025. We have went to Uku district and visited, intervened decisively and productively to KwaXolo Caves, and we have also went to Market Airport on the 2nd of December 2025. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we have also again went to Umkanyagude on the second time and dealt with the Umkhuze Regional Airport. I think they have also omitted that we have also went to Newcastle and dealt with clothing incubator. It needs to be then added on that. The committee then adopted a focus intervention study. I must indicate, Deputy Speaker, that the focus intervention study was necessitated by the outcry that was conducted by our people, where they said they were promised funds for spaza shop and those funds were not delivered. And as a result, as a committee, we followed up on that. The department was then able to deal with that particular issue, and then there was implementation. and then we adopted a focused intervention study on that particular issue. On top of adopting a focused intervention study, we then had to receive a report, which we received on the 24th and on 25th March of this particular district, and then we needed then to deal with the verification of those oversight. I've heard the Honourable Deputy Speaker, other honourable members speaking about evaluative and impact-based oversight. Here, there was an impact-based oversight necessitated by our FIC, because among other things, the resolution that we take after our FIS was that there must be a full audit of all those who have benefited. The criteria used, the investigation of the amount allocated, and also then change the entire policy so that it is able to strengthen. I'm pleased to indicate that the department was able to change its own policy on allocation. They will move from giving our people now the grocery to a point where they now issue vouchers, and that was in line with what we found on our FIS investigation. An entity, Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is safe to indicate in this House that the majority of the budget of the Department of Economic Development and Economic Transformation lies or goes squarely on entity. So our view as a portfolio committee was that there is a necessity for us to then go and do oversight on this particular entity. And then as a result, on the 11th of April 2025, we had an engagement with all state entities and in KwaZulu-Natal. And then we have also had an engagement with KZN ERA to deal with the issue of licensing, particularly where we believe that at times the foreign national are granted licensing rights and so forth and so on. And we dealt and corrected some of those things successfully. On stakeholder engagement, on the 9th of December 2025, the committee convened a stakeholder engagement session to consider the draft 2026-2027 APP and the budget. Input from stakeholders were then, we are pleased to say, non-DABA, the department was able to then deal with and consider the input from stakeholders. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we then want to deal with inter-legislature benchmarking as part of what we have said will form part of our annual oversight plan. On the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th of February 2026, our committee was able to receive the portfolio committee of Gauteng Legislature that deals with the same work of economic development. We had facilitated engagement, we have made exchange, and then have made us to develop and enhance our own practice and our own consideration as part of our APP. In concluding, Honourable Deputy Speaker, overall, the committee have met its oversight target and demonstrated consistency through following through its resolution. However, key challenges remain, which include their delay in some project implementation, uneven transformation outcome, institutional constraint within certain entities. Key intervention that we have made as a committee include active oversight over Twala matter, including escalating and even writing to the portfolio committee at national level and having a joint meeting with the finance committee. Among other things, we have then had a targeted oversight strategic entities. We have completed over 500 beneficiary of FIS on Spaza Shop. We have strengthened the SMME oversight through consolidated reporting. We have enhanced the project level monitoring across all districts. On Madadeni closing incubator intervention, where the committee intervention resulted in the reprioritization of the project, the release of funding, and the resolution of labor disputes in that particular area. Most resolution of this portfolio committee, Honourable Deputy Speaker, have been carried through. However, outstanding matters will then follow in the year 2026-2027. And our focus on year 2026-2027 will be on strengthening oversight, strategic entity, resolving stalled projects, ensuring transformation targets and implementation of FIS recommendation will form part of our priorities moving forward. The committee remains committed to ensure that public resources drive to inclusive economic development and deliver tangible benefits for the people of KwaZulu-Natal, for we note and understand the state of our economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair of ETIA. And I call I now go to 8.4, which is a report of the chairperson for the Portfolio Committee on Transport in the achievement of targets in the Annual Performance Plan Committee financial year 2025-2026. I call on the chairperson of that portfolio, Honourable Mapisa. You have 20 minutes, sir.
Please. Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you for an opportunity. Humble greetings to the Honourable MECs and Honourable members. And Honourable Deputy Speaker, I will also not bore the Honourable members with everything that has been written to the report. Safe to say that the purpose of this report is to provide an account on how the Transport Portfolio Committee executed its mandate on the period under review. We have adopted the following priorities: catalytic project, key infrastructure projects, provision and development of road in rural communities, provision of learner transport, rehabilitation of flood damaged transport infrastructure, transport infrastructure that stimulates economic growth and job creation, a transportation system that is enabler for economic and social empowerment, a transportation safety as an enabler of service delivery, river bridges, special focus on rural communities. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we have adopted our draft AOP on the 17th of April 2025. We have also adopted our annual oversight plan on the 25th of March 2026. All of us, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we have also considered the third quarter report, the fourth quarter report, first quarter report of 25-26, second quarter report of 25-26, and the third quarter report of 25-26, and the annual report 24-25. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we have also conducted the oversight visits in following districts: Umdloti River Bridge in Ilembe.
Order, honourable members. It's getting a bit loud. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Matamo Klein Bosman River Bridge in Uthugela District in Nkosilanga Libalele. We've also had transport safety activities. We've conducted an oversight visit in the RTI Training College here in Pietermaritzburg. We've also did the oversight in Zululand learner transport. We've also went to P258 in Zululand, Emondlo. And Honourable Deputy Speaker, one is comfortable to say that the Honourable MEC of Kokta, when he goes home, because the Portfolio Committee went there and addressed the challenges. We've also went to P274 in Vryheid, Gwamnyati, and there is a progress. We've also did the oversight visit Kwanongoma, where the presentation was made to the Portfolio Committee. They will build a state-of-the-art RTI offices. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we've also conducted a festive season safety campaign in different areas, Umhlatuze, Herigwala, and Uthugela. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we've also made the priority that we also conduct an oversight visit on learner transport. We went to Inkanyezi Yamachi, Ehading, in Ugu District. We've also went to Ikabangezo Secondary School. in the same district. We've also went to Umthombo Muhle Primary School and Kisni Primary School. We've also went to Amajuba Incandu Primary School. We've also went to Inkosi Sibhamu Primary School in Umkhanyakude. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we attended the NCOP week as a portfolio committee. We've also had the stakeholders public engagement session on the draft 2026-27 APP and budget. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we've also conducted an oversight visit to Mhlathuze River Bridge in Nkandla in Ward 1. We've also did a stakeholders engagement session. As I had said, we've also went to Mdloti, and there is a progress, though there are minor challenges, and the department is committed to address all of them. Honourable Deputy Speaker, one, I think we'll pause there. Thank you for an opportunity. This is the report of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mapisa. Honourable members, I think this is a good time. Yeah, I think it's a good time to break for lunch. Let us come back at 1:30 and proceed. 1:30, honourable members. We shall then proceed with the rest of the items. Thank you.
1, 2.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. We may be seated. Thank you so much, honourable members. We will then proceed with the orders of the day. I would like to call upon, we're on item 8.5. I'd like to call upon the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure on the achievements of the targets in terms of the annual performance plan of the committee of the financial year 2025-2026. Honourable Chairperson of the committee, you have 20 minutes. Honourable Chair, we are waiting to proceed. You may proceed, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm trying to get my protocol here, but you can. Angisayiboni ke ngempela ke.
Chairpersons, can we please be prepared to table our reports?
No, we're just arriving now. Oh, no.
Honourable Tim.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, honourable colleagues. This is a report, performance report of Public Works. I'll jump your background, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and go direct. As the above mandate, as per the above mandate, this report gives synopsis of the performance of the Portfolio Committee. How No. Was it? Not like
25, 26, no.
No. No, it was well. The speaker is fine. Again, no pega lapha nafanele ibeke ngikhona ngaphansi. Bheka. This report is a reflection of the activities of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure, which underpin its annual performance in 2025-2026 financial year. In the main, the report's accounts of the critical items which have driven the work of the committee and also informed by the 2025-2026 AOP during the period under review. On the 1st of April 2025, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure presented before the committee its financial 2025-2026 APP and the budget of the committee consideration and adoptions. The presentation of the APP and budget was preceded by the briefing of the committee, during which members were taken through the APP and budget analysis reports. The committee voted in favor of the final 2025-2026 APP and the budget by a simple majority. The committee budget was adopted by the committee on the 17th of April 2025. The above processes had to be heard in the abeyance in its entirety after the Division of Revenue Bill and the Provincial Appropriation Bill were withdrawn. With the reintroduction of the Division Revenue Bill and the Provincial Appropriation Bill in the second quarter, the committee had considered the Department 2025-2026 APP and budget. On the 22nd of July, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure presented before the committee its 2025-2026 APP budget for the committee consideration and adoption. The presentation of the APP and budget was preceded also by the briefing of the committee, during which members were taken through the APP and budget analysis reports. In the briefing by the committee, Senator's research and the budget analysis, the committee was assured that there has been no changes in the resubmission of 2025-2026 APP budget and budget of the department. This fact was confirmed by MEC and HOD of the department when they tabled the final 2025-2026 APP and budget before the committee. Having considered this, the committee voted in favor of the financial 2025-2026 APP and the budget by a simple majority. The committee budget was adopted by the committee on the 23rd of July 2025. The annual oversight plan AOP of the committee was adopted also on the 10th of June during the committee meeting. The following were priorities which were identified and adopted by the committee of the 2025-2026 financial year: monitoring and the establishment and maintenance of a current register to all provincial state properties. Also monitoring of infrastructure development and investment. Monitoring of infrastructure planning and its impact, immovable asset management and infrastructure delivery. Monitoring the maintenance of state building. Monitoring timely payment of the state property rates. Improving oversight visit to achieve better outcomes. In fulfilling all this mandate, the committee held meeting to consider the following reports by the department. 10 June 2025, Department 2024-25 fourth quarter performance report. On the 10th of October 2025, the Department 2025 to 2026 fourth quarter performance report. 11 November 2025, Department 2025-26 quarter 2 reports. 2024-25 annual performance report, and 17 February 2026. Determined also 2025-2026 state quarter reports. It is important to indicate that these meetings were always preceded by the meeting during the members receive analysis report and in preparation for engagement with the department. In preparation for both above-mentioned meetings, the committee had been properly briefed by the analysis report, which were provided by the committee, senior researcher, and budget analysis. Honourable Speaker, on the 27th of March 2025, the committee attended a briefing of the Finance Portfolio Committee on budget of the department. Also, on oversight, during the period of under review, the following oversight visits were undertaken by the committee. 6 June, Masfault Hospital, Mkanyawute District. 12 August 2025, Enyogoni Royal Palace, Maiden Precinct, and Nkonjeni Hospital renovation project, Zuland District. Also on the 19th September 2025, Ndwedwe EMS base. On the 20th of March, Newcastle Provincial Hospital renovations project, and Elani Primary School construction project. IFS, it is in its meeting on the 10th of June 2025, the committee adopted the proposed topics in focus intervention study, which has been presented by the senior researcher. The following topics was adopted for the Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure. Assessing project progress and improvement of governance to improve and intensify service delivery in KZN. Scopa hearing. On the 3rd of October 2025, the committee attended a Scopa hearing. There were also a Scopa follow-up hearing on the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which were held on the 3rd February 2026. On the 3rd February 2026. On the 13th of January this year, the committee held a stakeholders engagement session at Cool Air Hall in Umshwati local municipality under the Mgunglovu district. This engagement was held in terms of Section 118 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which required the involvement of the public in processes of the legislation. During the stakeholders engagement session, the department was given a platform to present its draft 2026-2027 annual performance plan and budget for the invite of stakeholders interrogated and provided inputs. As a chairperson of this committee, I must indicate that the engagement with the stakeholders was both robust and constructive, and it went a long way in contributing to the development for final 2027 annual performance plan, APP. Conclusion, the committee was vigorous approach to conduct oversight visit has been problem of poor workmanship in the projects such as Nkonjeni renovation projects have been exposed, with the department taking the decision to terminate the contract, which is contractor with the contractor. The department has committed to give the project the priority it deserves due to the delays already experienced. As a committee, we have also moved with the speed to identify and visit other projects where delays and challenges has been reported. It is crucial for the committee to ensure that all contractors are paid in time by the department at the projects are completed within the specified period. We have also acknowledged the challenges faced by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure instances where department that are used to its implementation against do not pay on time, thereby affecting the turnaround time on items of paying contractor. As we move into 26-27 financial year, this will be among our priorities to ensure that a solution is found. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Honourable members, we move on to 8.6, the report of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development for the targets of the annual performance plans in the financial year 2025-2026. I now invite the Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I won't deal with the background. This report gives an overall account of the performance of the portfolio community on agriculture and rural development and in the 2025-26 financial year. The focus of this report is on all critical items which define the work of the committee in line with its AOP during this period. The committee held its first budget hearing on the 8th of April 2024. At the budget hearing meeting, the department presented to the committee its 2025-26 APP and budget for consideration and adoption. The committee briefing meeting was held on the 4th and 8th of April 2025 respectively. In the second quarter, these bills were reintroduced after revision, with the result that the 2025-26 APP and budget had to be considered. The committee therefore held its second budget hearing on the 22nd of July 2025. The committee voted in support of the budget's 2025-26 APP and budget by a simple majority. On the 23rd of July 2025, the committee held a meeting during which the committee's budget report was adopted. The committee attended on the attendance of the Finance and Portfolio Committee budget hearing. The committee attended the Finance Portfolio Committee budget hearing on the 15th of April 2025. The annual oversight plan for the committee was adopted unanimously on the 19th of June 2025 during a special meeting of the committee. The following were prioritized: the agricultural produce support and development, agricultural economic services, veterinary services, and rural development. On the quarterly performance report, the committee had meetings to consider the following performance reports by the department and its entity ADA. On the we considered the 2024-25 fourth quarter performance report on the 6th of August 2025, the 2025-26 first quarter performance report on the 15th August 2025, the 2025-26 second quarter performance report on the 14th November 2025, the 2024-25 annual performance report on the 24th February 2026, the 2025-26 third quarter performance report on the 24th February 2024. On the FIS on the 24th of February, a draft report of the committee's FIS was presented to the committee. Due to programming congestion, it was not feasible for the committee to finalize the visits as was adopted by the committee. On the special meetings, committee meetings on the 30th of September 2025, the committee held a meeting with the department. What had informed the meeting was the committee's resolution that the department should provide comprehensive reports on the following: Bambanani Abato project, update on the report on the FMD outbreak, report on the rationalization of process of the entity ADA. On the oversight visit, the committee participated in a joint oversight visit with the Finance Portfolio Committee. The oversight visit was held on the 13th of June 2024 to Intingwe Tea Estate. In addition to the above mentioned oversight, the committee undertook the following oversight. On the 22nd of October 2025, as well as on the 11th March 2026, respectively. On stakeholders' engagement, on the 16th of January 2026, the committee held its stakeholder engagement session in Ingutu under the Umzinyati district. All the inputs received from the stakeholders were to be incorporated into the department's final APP and budget for the 2026-27 financial year. On foot and mouth disease, the committee received an invitation to attend a national workshop on the outbreak of the FMD and the impact of on the South Africa agriculture sector. This workshop took place on the 28th of February 2026 and 2nd of March 2026. It is critical to indicate that this workshop was helpful in appreciating the picture of the economic impact of FMD on the South African agricultural sector. As a committee, we had taken a decision to request regular reports from the department on its handling of the FMD and vaccination drive across the province of KwaZulu-Natal. In conclusion, as reflected above, the period under review ended with the noticeable devastating impact of the FMD among the farmers in the province. As a committee, we are alive to the fact that the agricultural sector is the backbone of the economy in South Africa, as well as in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, as many livelihoods depend on it. With this in mind, as we move into the 2026-27 financial year, we shall put more efforts in our oversight role to ensure that the surge of FMD is not only mitigated, but it is also eliminated in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I table this report. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. Honourable members, we move on to 8.7 in the order paper. The report from the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Environmental Affairs on their annual performance plans for the financial year of 2025-2026. I call upon... Okay.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Am I audible?
You're audible, but you're not...
Am I visible?
You are visible
I put on
now.
my video. Okay, thank you. Can I switch it off so that you don't get distracted? Do you allow me?
Honourable member, disrupted regarding?
There is a sound in the area where I am. I don't want to disrupt them.
Honourable member, I'll
thank you,
allow
Honourable Deputy Speaker. I'm presenting the report for Conservation and Environmental Affairs Portfolio Committee. The report, this performance report is compiled in terms of Section 154, 1C, the standing rules of the legislature. It provides an overview of the work done by the Conservation and Environmental Affairs Portfolio Committee during 25-26 financial year. As guided by the annual oversight plan adopted on the 1st of April 2025. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa mandates the Parliament through the committee to exercise oversight over the executive passed legislation, monitor and implementation of such legislation, and encourage public participation. Guided by the Constitution and the standing rules of the Legislature, committee must scrutinize departmental reports to see whether the funds that were allocated to them have been spent in line with their strategic plan. The Conservation Affairs and Environmental Affairs Portfolio Committee was established according to the Standing Rule 195 of the Legislature. It is accountable to the Committee of Chairpersons, the Office of the Chairperson of Committees, and the House. The Portfolio Committee exists in order to deliver on the following constitutional mandate assigned to the Legislature: performing oversight over the environmental affairs function. I'm having a flu, Deputy Speaker. My apology for that. Established the oversight over the functioning of the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, and its public entity, which is MW, KZN Wildlife, and its use of financial and other resources, lawmaking, involvement of the public in committee and legislative processes. The committee identified the prioritize the following areas to monitor during the 25-26 financial year: biodiversity management, EPWP, community beneficiation as envelope, KZN Wildlife, waste management, landfill site monitoring and compliance, air quality monitoring, state of air quality monitoring stations and intervention. As envelope, KZN Wildlife infrastructure maintenance and funding, the progress and challenges, climate change response, KZN climate change and green economy strategy. The committee has, in performing oversight, the committee firstly consider and approve annual performance plans and budget of the environmental affairs function of the Department of Economic Development and Tourism and Environmental Affairs and its public entity as Emvelo, KZN Wildlife. During the course of the year, ETIA submit quarterly and annual reports to the committee reflecting on how are achieving targets as stated in their APP and budget. The committee considered the quarterly performance reports and annual reports, conducting oversight visits, focused intervention studies, and take resolution. The implementation of the resolution is tackled until finalization. Prior to consideration of these reports and undertaking oversight activities, the committee researchers and the budget and content advisor conduct a comprehensive briefing to the honourable members based on the analysis conducted on the report and the pre-visits undertaken. Annual oversight plan, which is a strategic document which guides the committee to perform its oversight in a structured manner. It outlines activities of the targets and indicators that are to be undertaken by the committee in that particular year. In the 2024-25 committee, AOP was presented and adopted by the committee at a meeting held on the 1st of April 2025. Initially, the committee conducted a hearing on and considered the 2025-26 annual performance plan and the budget allocated for as environmental affairs vote number 4 ETIA on the 11th of April 2025 and adopted its report thereon on the 23rd of April 2025. However, the KZN MTEF budget was subsequently withdrawn by the MEC for Finance. The committee considered the 2024-25 fourth quarterly performance report of the department and as envelope on the 19th of June 2025. The committee undertook an oversight visit to Hluhluwe in Mfolozi Park on the 11th of June 2025. The main aim of the oversight visit was to look into issues pertaining infrastructure maintenance, access road, park fencing and waste disposal. The committee members attended the hearing of the Finance Portfolio Committee on the 25-26 budget allocation vote number 4, ATIA on the 1st of April 2025. Tracking of resolution, the committee tracked its resolution on both the department and SMVelo, presented their responses during the meeting held on the 19th of June 2025. The department and SMVelo also submitted their responses on the Finance Portfolio Committee and SCOPA resolution at the same meeting. Considering of the APP and budget, that is the second quarter, following the retabling of the KZN MTF budget without amendment on the 29th of May, ATIA MEC again presented the 2025-26 APP and budget for conservation and environmental affairs on the 24th of July 2025. Thereafter, the committee adopted its report on the same day and tabled it for debate in the House on the 25th of July 2025. The committee considered in 2025 and 2020 to 2026 first quarterly performance report on the department and SMVelo on the 15th of August 2025. Doing oversight, the committee undertook an oversight visit to Newcastle and Danhauser landfill sites on the 30th of September 2025. The main aim of the oversight visit was to ensure compliance on the landfill sites with the environmental regulations. The committee tracked its resolution in both the department and SMVelo, their responses during the meeting held on the 15th of August 2025. The third quarter, subject the consideration of the third quarter, the committee considered the third quarter report on the performance and also on the finance, both for department and also its entity on the 14th of November 2025. Considering many challenges during waste management in the province, particularly those of landfill sites, the committee identified this matter as one of its priority and incorporated it in its AOP. As part of the monitoring and monitoring the department and the municipalities' intervention to address challenges, the committee undertook an oversight visit to Ilovu and Tongweni landfill site on the 17th of October 2025. Attendance of Finance Portfolio Committee. The committee members attended the hearing of the Finance Portfolio Committee on the 25th, 26th mid-year budget performance report of SMVelo on the 18th of November 2025. The committee tracked its resolution and both the department and SMVelo presented their responses during the meeting held on the 14th of November 2025. The Select Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Mineral Resources, which is our counterpart at the NCOP, invited the provincial legislature to participate in the process of subordinate legislation tabled by the National Department on Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. The proposed regulation were on threatened and protected species. In this regard, the committee undertook the following activities: participate on the virtual meeting held on the 7th of October 2025, where the National Department did a briefing on the proposed regulation, attended the workshop held in Cape Town from the 25th to the 26th of October 2025, adopted its report and submit it to the NCOP on the 30th of October 2025. Quarter 4, the committee facilitated a session where the department and SMVelo presented their draft 2026-27 budget and APP to the public and stakeholders at the Peace Initiative Hall under Ubuhlebezwe Local Municipality on the 27th January 2026. The presentation was followed by input made by the public and stakeholders. The committee considered the 2025-26 third quarterly performance report of both department and entity as envelope KZN Wildlife on the 24th of February 2026. Prior to the consideration of each report, the committee met and received a comprehensive briefing by the support staff highlighting critical areas in the report. I hope I have not I'm still audible, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Yes,
Am I
Honourable
still
Chair.
audible?
Yes, you're
I
still
apologize.
audible.
Thank you.
But your video has turned around. But it's okay, you may switch it off and continue.
Thank you, I will. How am I doing now?
You may continue, you're audible. You may continue speaking, Chair. You're not audible anymore. Is there something happening?
My apology. I switched both my camera and my speaker. Am I now audible?
You're audible. You may continue. Time is going.
Okay. One of the committee's priority to exercise its oversight on environmental infrastructures, and in this regard, the committee undertook oversight a visit on some of the entities' establishment, the Dima Camp, Busingata Lodge, and Giant Castle Camp on the 13th of March 2026. The purpose was to visit to monitor the progress on the infrastructure maintenance. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the committee tracked all the resolution on both and as envelope and presented their responses during the 24th of February 2025. In conclusion, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I present the committee AOP of 2026 and 27, which was adopted on the 24th of March 2026. The committee achieved all its targets for the for a period under review. On behalf of the Conservation and Environmental Affairs Portfolio Committee, I would like to thank the MEC, the HOD, Environmental as Envelope Board, and the CEO of for their cooperation, as well as the Legislature and Provincial Treasury staff for their support. I would like to express my gratitude to the honourable members of the committee for their hard work and their commitment. I table the report, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Honourable members, we move on to 8.8, the report by the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Education in terms of the annual performance plans, financial year 25-26. I call upon the Honourable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. It is both an honour and a privilege for me to rise in this House to table the 2025-2026 performance report of the Portfolio Committee on Education on behalf of the committee. Allow me at the outset to express appreciation for the confidence entrusted in me to lead the work of this important Portfolio Committee in an acting capacity during the period under review. Education remains one of the most critical instruments for social transformation, human development, and economic progress in our province and country. The work of this committee, therefore, carries with a profound responsibility to ensure that the constitutional right of education is progressively realized for every learner in KwaZulu-Natal. Throughout this period under review, the committee remained committed to strengthen oversight, promoting accountability, and advancing a responsive and developmental education system that places the interest of learners, educators, and communities at the center of governance. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Education is the Legislature committee established in terms of the provision of Rule 195 of the Standing Rules of the Legislature. It is accountable to the Committee of Chairperson, the Office of the Chairperson of Committees, and the House. The committee exists to deliver on the following constitutional mandate assigned to the Legislature. 1. Performing oversight over the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education and its use of financial and other resources. 2. Lawmaking. And 3. Public involvement and participation in committee and legislative process. This report gives a synopsis and understanding of the Education Portfolio Committee activities for the 2025-2026 financial year, and to outline challenges and recommendations. On our priorities, the following list reflects the priority areas identified by the committee: eradication of the improper sanitation facilities, progress on rehabilitation of storm-damaged school, promotion and implementation of school safety programs, implementation of grade early childhood development curriculum from grade RR, improved reading for meaning from foundation phase, maximum utilization of conditional grants, and monitor the implementation of coding and robotics in schools. Consideration of the 2026-2027 draft APP and budget. One of the committee's activities is to improve inputs into the annual performance plan and the budget of the Department of Education. The committee, in its oversight, considered the draft education on the 2026-2027 budget and annual performance plan, APP, which identifies the performance indicators and targets that the department will seek to achieve in the upcoming budget year. The Department of Education presented its draft 2026-2027 draft budget and annual performance plan at the committee meeting held on the 17th of February 2026. The department presented its 2026-2027 final draft budget and annual performance plan at the committee meeting held on the 28th of March 2026. The majority of members were in support of the department's 2026-2027 budget and annual performance plan. Here, the committee noted the department's continued commitment towards building a capable and developmental education system through targeted infrastructure delivery, learner support programs, and improved curriculum implementation across the province. On committee budget report for the Vote 5, the committee monitors the departmental performance against the annual performance plan and the budget to ensure that the financial, operational, and capital plans developed and approved for the implementation are in place. The committee tabled its 2025-2026 committee budget report in-house during the Vote 5 budget sitting held on the 29th of July 2025. On consideration of quarterly report...
Sorry, Honourable Chair. Honourable members, this is the third time I'm hearing phones go off. I've let it go, but I think that can you please all check our cell phones because it's starting to make a disturbance. I plead with you, Honourable members. We are going against the rules of the House. Thank you. You may continue.
Despite the tight schedule of the committee and limited time, the committee managed to meet its targets within the time frames. 2024-2025 fourth quarter report. The committee was briefed on the 2024-2025 fourth quarter report, 9 financial and financial analysis in the briefing meeting held on the 12th of August 2025, Prior to the meeting with the department, the committee considered the 2024-2025 fourth quarter report in the meeting held on the 12th of August 2025. The 2025-2026 first quarter report, the first quarter financial and non-financial analysis report were developed and circulated to the committee. The committee was briefed by the senior researcher and budget and content advisor in a briefing meeting held on the 12th of September 2025. The department presented the report in the committee meeting held on the 23rd of September 2025. The 2025-2026 second quarter report, the department presented the second quarter in the committee meeting held on the 11th of November 2025. On the 2024-2025 annual report, the 2024-2025 annual report, financial and non-financial analysis report were developed and circulated to the committee. The committee considered the 2024-2025 annual report on the 17th of February 2026. Tracking of resolution. The committee achieved these targets. The committee decision to track resolution monthly represent a deliberate strengthening of the oversight mechanism. The departments present responses to the committee resolution, SCOPA resolution, finance resolution, sectoral parliament resolution, multi-party resolution, and functionality monitoring programs resolution. The committee deliberate on the responses and decides if the department has responded adequately or more information is needed. Most of the resolution are ongoing due to the financial constraint that the department is facing. The committee raised its concern about the lack of consequence management for non-compliance by the management of the department. Focus intervention study. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature adopted the sector oversight model as a vehicle to perform its oversight function over the executive. One of the fundamental elements of SOM is the focus intervention study, whereby each portfolio committee has undertaken an in-depth focus on either a program or a sub-program with the intention of addressing specific challenges. The Portfolio Committee of Education adopted its AOP with the eradication of pit latrines as one of its oversight priority areas. According to the pronouncement by the state president to have the pit latrines eradicated by the end of March 2025. It is against this background that the Portfolio Committee on Education intends to conduct a focused intervention study on the progress made by the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal towards the eradication of the latrines in our schools. The removal of the pit restroom from South Africa public school will bring tangible advantage for learners that will assist in health improvement, increase school attendance, improve dignity and safety. 7 districts were identified and sampled to be visited to investigate the extent to which pit latrines have been addressed. In each assembly district, the report will include completed projects under construction, non-viable school, and schools with existing pit latrines. The senior researcher conducted an in-depth analysis in the site visited in different districts. The plenary report is to be utilized by the committee during its upcoming site visit in the next financial year. On the oversight visit, legislative oversight is an instrument to review and evaluate selected activities of the department. It is to ensure that existing programs are implemented and administered effectively and in a manner consistent with legislative intent. It is not a fault-finding mechanism, but a mechanism to assist government institutions in functioning efficiently with the resource available. As part of the oversight role, the committee members undertook the following oversight visit to check the compliance of the department with the stipulated rules and regulations for the better service delivery. The table below sets out some of the oversight activities that the Education Portfolio Committee undertook. The schools that we have visited: Sozabe High School, which is in Umzumbe Local Municipality in Ugu District, on the 10th of January 2025, to check teaching and learner transport and infrastructure challenges. The report was adopted by the committee and tabled in the House. The Center for Exam Papers and Printing Plant for LTSM. We visited Malgate Building in Durban and also Ndabase Printing Plant on the 14th of October 2025 to provide the committee with an opportunity to witness the process and the procedure for the printing of the NSC exam papers and the LTSM for 2026. The report was adopted by the committee and tabled in the House. NSC examination monitoring. We visited Mkungundlovu District, the Alexandra High School, Boys College on the 22nd of October to monitor the NSC examination and the readiness of the learner-teacher support material. The report was also adopted by the committee and tabled in the House. We also visited Mkhanyakude District, Sethembi Nhlanhla High School, Mandla Mfundo High School on the 30th of October 2025. In Uthukela District, we visited Begatina High School, Wembezi High School on the 4th of November 2025. On monitoring marking centers, the committee visited Ilembe District, Uvugile High School in Maphumulo on the 3rd of December 2025 to monitor compliance in marking centers. The report was adopted by the committee and tabled in the House. In Zululand, we visited James Mumalo Agricultural School in Ulundi. Government sectors, including the legislature, cost containment measures needed to be implemented. While that was the case, the oversight mandate of the legislature could not be compromised at any cost. Consequently, and to save cost, the institution decision was that the program for the school functionality follow-up visit be delegated to members of the Education Portfolio Committee as the mandated structure to oversee the service delivery performance of the Department of Education in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The program was undertaken in 4 days between the end of July and the end of August 2025. This enabled the Education Portfolio Committee to gain a compliance and comprehensive understanding of how the department responded to the January 2025 resolution, therefore providing the Portfolio Committee with a thorough insight into the department actions. The first team visited Pinetown schools. The second team visited Ilembe, 2 schools in Ilembe, on the 3rd of July. The very first team visited 2 schools in Zululand and 1 school in King Cetshwayo. The second team on the same date visited 2 schools in Umkhanyakude. On the 3rd visit, on the 28th of August, we visited 2 schools in the Ugu, and other team visited 2 schools in Herigwala. On the 4th day, on the 29th of August, the first team visited 2 schools in Uthukela. 2 schools in Umzinyathi were visited by Team 2. The committee adopted its report. It was tabled in the House on the 27th November. The report was scheduled for debate in the House on the 26th March 2026. School Functionality Monitoring Program. The Functionality Program has become the brand and oversight for KwaZulu-Natal Legislature since 2025. The Pioneer School Functionality Monitoring Program has been consistently undertaken by KwaZulu-Natal Legislature members for the provincial legislature visited schools during the first 2 days of the reporting. In preparation for the KZN Legislature 2025 School Functionality Monitoring Program, the committee had a visual meeting to adopt the concept document on the 28th of January 2026. The committee, in conjunction with the Office of the Speaker, facilitated the 2026 School Functionality Monitoring Program, which took place on the 29th to the 30th of January 2026 in all the 12 educational districts. The focus was special schools and full service school in KwaZulu-Natal. The report will be tabled for committee adoption in April 2026. On SCOPA hearing on 2024-2025 PFMA hearings and on 2024-25 reports of the Auditor General, the Education Portfolio Committee members attended and participated in the 2024-2025 PFMA audit outcomes hearing of the SCOPA Standing Committee for Vote 5 Education on the 17th of October. Finance Portfolio Committee hearings on mid-year finance report. The committee achieved its target by attending and participating in finance hearing on Vote 5. Department of Education. This aimed to improve oversight over the financial management and performance of the department. The Education Portfolio Committee members attended and participated in the hearing of the Finance Portfolio Committee on the 2025-2026 MTEF budget for Vote 5 Education on 15 April 2025. The Education Portfolio Committee members attended the 2024-2025 unaudited closeout report of the Finance Portfolio Committee for Vote 5 Education on the 16th of August. The Education Portfolio Committee members attended the financial hearings on the mid-term review hearing for Vote 5 Education on the 18th of January 2025. Stakeholder engagement. The Education Portfolio Committee stakeholder engagement session was held at Amajuba District Osizweni Community Hall under Newcastle Local Municipality on the 9th of December 2025. The session targeted people from all 3 local municipalities under Amajuba. The purpose of the program was to ensure that the public had an input on the annual performance plan and the budget of the 2020-26-2027 financial year as was presented in this draft stage. The Department of Education presented its plan infrastructure development programs to the stakeholders. The presentation covered the plans projected for 2026-2027 financial year. This exercise enables stakeholders to have better understanding of service delivery programs in the district. Consequently, stakeholders gave their input in shaping service provision programs in the local communities. Consideration of bills. During this year under review, the Education Portfolio Committee did not receive any process bills. On achievement, all activities outlined in the annual oversight plan for 2025-2026 were successfully implemented in 2025. School Functionality Monitoring Program, follow-up visit, exam monitoring, marking centers, and 2026 School Functionality Monitoring Program. Above the annual oversight plan, the committee intervened in many issues that were referred to the committee by the Office of the Speaker, Chair of Chairs, Office of Members of the Office of the Chair of Chairs, stakeholders, the public, and through emails on issues that have been raised by the community so that we are accessible. On closing, the committee recommends that the national and provincial treasurer re-examine the misalignment of the department budget and the allocation per learner. The committee has made consistently progress in
Order, honourable
executing
members, it's getting a
its
bit loud.
oversight responsibilities and contribution to the teaching and learning conducive environment. The committee also remains encouraged by the ongoing commitment toward building an inclusive, responsive education. Thank you very much, Honourable
Thank
Deputy
you so much,
Speaker.
Honourable Mavimbela. Honourable members, 8.9, report by the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee of Health. with their annual performance plans for 2025-2026.
Mavimbela.
I invite Honourable Kika to table the reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam
Honourable members,
Speaker.
can we please put the volume down? Thank you.
As an introduction, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Portfolio Committee was established in terms of Rule 195 of our standing rules. I'm going to summarize this report because there are very many nitty-gritty points. And so I'm going to say that during the 25-26 financial year, the committee executed its mandate within a constrained oversight environment marked by limited institutional time, so we don't have enough time to do our work, competing provincial priorities, and uneven levels of departmental accountability. Despite these constraints, the department adopted a deliberately interventionalist and evidence-driven oversight approach. And it shifted away from compliance-based engagements towards an outcome-based oversight approach. And the focus of this, therefore, has an impact on service delivery versus just ticking the box. The report, therefore, does not merely reflect activities undertaken, but provides a critical assessment of departmental performance, identifies systemic weaknesses, and outlines areas requiring urgent corrective action within Vote 7. We considered the draft APP and budget in November 2025. We identified structural weaknesses in planning, coherence, and these included a misalignment between the budget, the allocations to the different parts, and service delivery pressures, particularly in EMS, that's your emergency medical services. There was a persistent under-prioritization of infrastructure maintenance despite visible deterioration across facilities. I don't know if the MEC for Public Works is listening to that, but it's not his fault, it is this budget. Inadequate integration between human resource planning and service delivery demand, resulting in staff shortages and high pressures. The committee emphasized the compliance with submission timelines, and we must say that we were not happy with the submissions that are not made on time that hinder the work of the committee. The committee budget report for Vote 7, the department tabled its budget vote in the House on the 29th of July 2025. The department is required, or they told us that they were required to absorb primary healthcare workers to strengthen community-based services. However, this critical priority remains unfunded, a situation further exacerbated by reductions in the foreign aid that is given to KwaZulu-Natal. The committee further observed that unfunded mandates, including the nationally determined wage agreement, which engagement we also raised with National Treasury when they appeared before SCOPA. The department's budget remains incapacitated and does not have the ability to deliver on its core service delivery mandate, and this remains a concern for the committee. The committee also expressed concern regarding the sustained financial burdens associated with continued employment of personnel, particularly those that were employed during the COVID pandemic. The absorption of these personnel has not been accompanied by adequate budgetary provision and therefore has had a knock-on effect. And it has therefore placed a significant burden on the COE component of the budget of the department. In response to service delivery pressures, the committee has prioritized emergency medical services through a focused intervention study. This intervention is aimed at enhancing oversight through sustained engagement, and members will know that we were all involved in the various oversight visits that took place across the districts. We considered the quarterly reports. These were tabled before the House during the various periods, and we are therefore compliant with those tablings. The committee considered these reports and the recurrent administrative and systemic challenges, which include and we dare say late submission of reports that we receive, submission of revised reports that differed from the analysis versions of these reports, and limited times for in-depth engagements. We have raised this with the Committee of Chairpersons. These challenges compromise the integrity of oversight and raise concerns regarding the department's commitment to accountability and transparency. The postponement of the 24-25 third quarter report due to competing departmental priorities, so the department chose their own priorities over accounting, and this therefore reflects a misalignment between executive functions and legislative accountability obligations. They forget that, they account to the House. Despite these constraints, the committee ensured that engagements were supported by technical evidence and independent analysis where we needed them to strengthen the quality of our oversight. We did not spare them at all. The committee's decision to track resolutions on a monthly basis represents a deliberate strengthening of our oversight mechanisms. However, this process has consistently revealed deficiencies in departmental responses. So they don't send their responses to us on time, repetitive reporting without demonstrable progress. There's no point in coming and reporting to us and telling us that you didn't do anything. Lack of consequence management for non-compliance. The committee notes with concern that the absence of timely and effective responses weakens the impact of oversight and delays service delivery improvements. The committee therefore underscores the need for structured availability and accountability, and the framework needs to be complied with, especially the clear timelines, responsibilities, and therefore consequences. I've spoken to honourable members already earlier in this presentation, and it's a topic here again about our FIS, and we all again visited those emergency services. Our key findings included insufficient and poorly maintained EMS fleet, limited response capacity, prolonged response time, particularly in rural and underserved districts, human resource constraints, including uneven distribution of personnel. These findings point to a system clearly under strain with direct implications for patient outcomes and public confidence in emergency services. Regarding our oversight visits, we undertook several visits using three methods: the scheduled oversights, unannounced oversights, and reactive oversights. We visited the Osterville Clinic, Stonebridge Clinic, and the Park Rainey Forensic Pathology Mortuaries, and the Kloof Metro Clinic. As honourable members will know, metro clinics have not all yet been transferred to the province, and this continues to be a challenge. These reports were tabled before this House, and you should have that information. Recurring issues observed include aging and poorly maintained infrastructure, equipment shortages, variability in management effectiveness, and of course, long waiting times. Festive season readiness oversights. This is a unique program of the committee. We are very happy to announce today, as well as those in the programming committee will be aware, as well as the health portfolio committee, that this has now become a program that is on the schedule. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we wish to welcome this as the committee, that the programming committee took this into account and added it so that we do not have to worry about the constraints of seeking out these times so that we can do our work. So these festive season oversight visits take us to the different parts of the corridors of the province, particularly the N2 and N3 corridors. We alternate from one year to the other. In the 1 year, we did the N2 corridor, and then we did the N3 corridors as well. Last year, we visited Ngwelezana Hospital, the General Gizenga Mpanza Hospital in Ilembe, Pixley Kaisa Kaseme Memorial Hospital, Port Shepstone Hospital as well. And this reflects the committee's proactive decision to conduct these and includes increasing pressure, recognizing that there's an increased pressure on the emergency services during the period of the festive season, the importance of interdepartmental cooperation, and the variability in facility preparedness. Importantly, these visits strengthened collaboration between healthcare facilities and key stakeholders that are involved in response to emergency services. Our health functionality monitoring program that was conducted by the legislature, again, all members of the legislature were part of this. We inspected healthcare facilities in all districts, including EMS bases, and we evaluated service delivery, infrastructure, and staff challenges. The committee has met all its targets as tabled before yourselves, including the functionality monitoring report, which was tabled, or that was undertaken, that was tabled on the 3rd of March 2026. We did have a slight delay in the tabling of this report because there was a particular researcher from the Umkhanyakuta district who didn't do his job and therefore delayed the tabling of this report. Allow me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to profusely apologize to the House for the delay in sending this there. We attended the SCOPA hearings where health appeared before the SCOPA committee. The chairperson of SCOPA is having a hearty discussion with the MEC for Public Works, probably on the health issues that we are talking about. The finance portfolio hearings were also attended by members of the portfolio committee. We did not have to consider any bills that were before us because none were received for processing. We had several stakeholder engagements. We engaged with the Provincial Traditional Health Practitioners Committee, and then we also had an engagement with the Ulundi relocation complaints that were received by the committee. Those are still under consideration. They involved us obtaining external and internal legal opinions. We are bringing that matter to a finality soon. So in fulfillment of our public participation mandate, we conducted stakeholder engagements regarding the draft APP 2627 and also the draft AOP for 26 and 27 and the budget of the department. The sessions provided a platform for members of the public to receive briefings from us, and those inputs are contained in a report that will be presented to the House. A further stakeholder engagement session was held on the 12th of December at the Ulundi Community Hall in the Zululand district. This was attended by the 5 local municipalities in the area. During the 2025 festive season, the committee undertook oversight visits, as I have already mentioned, but it involved a whole of government approach. This included coordination with municipal services, the South African Police Services, disaster management, the Road Traffic Inspectorate, and we engaged with several other stakeholders who were responsible for dealing with issues that related to the influx of visitors, as I earlier mentioned. On the 19th of February 2026, the committee conducted oversight visits to Mkonjeni Hospital and St. Francis Hospital. There are several issues there that the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Public Works also touched on. Achievements: the committee's work during the year under review reflects a deliberate shift towards impact-driven oversight, resulting in measurable and tangible outcomes. Notable achievements include the improved identification and of the unclaimed bodies that were lying in our mortuaries. In addition, the committee has undertaken deliberate steps to strengthen its working relationship with Chapter 9 institutions and Chapter 10 institutions with whom we had several engagements. The committee recommends that the Department of Health improve the timeliness and quality of and consistency of its reports to us, ensuring alignment between the documents submitted and what is required. There are several others that we have made to them, and our conclusion is this: that oversight must extend beyond procedural compliance and include effective consequence-driven accountability. The material non-compliance by the department constitutes a prima facie breach of the legislature's oversight authority, and this cannot be left unaddressed. Accountability to the legislature needs to be real and enforceable. The committee will ensure implementation of its resolutions, escalation of non-compliance, and consequence management in accordance with the law. Having said that, I wish to express my gratitude to the honourable members of the Health Portfolio Committee who do their work diligently, the staff component of the Portfolio Committee who are absolutely dedicated, and also to the House for allowing us to table this report, to the Executive Authority for being available when we call, despite the challenges that we've already mentioned. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Kika. Honourable members, we move on to 8.10. I invite the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Social Development on the targets of the annual performance plans in the committee for the year 2025-2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm here to report on Social Development Portfolio Committee Performance Report 2025-2026. The Committee on Social Development is a legislature committee established in terms of the provision of Rule 108 of Standing Rules of the Legislature. It is accountable to a committee of chairpersons, office of the chairperson of the committees, and the House. The committee exists to deliver the following constitutional mandates assigned to the Legislature: performing oversight over a social development department and its use of financial and other resources, lawmaking, and involvement of public in committee and legislative processes. The objects of report is to provide an account of work done by Social Development Portfolio Committee during 2025-2026 financial year as per annual oversight plans, targets, and key priorities. Guided by the Constitution and the standing rules of the Legislature, committees must scrutinize departmental reports to see whether the funds that were allocated to them have been spent in line with their strategic plans. The Social Development Portfolio Committee's key priorities and goals. The priorities of the committee emanate from NDP and PGDP. Goals, they fulfill a dual purpose, whereas in certain instances, they form part of activities undertaken by the committee. For example, site visit and other instances, they will serve as basis for committees to prioritize the way it aggregates information received by the department. Key committee priorities for 2025-2026 is job creation, infrastructure projects, poverty alleviation program, gender-based violence program, women development programs, child and youth care centers, NPO capacity programs. Committee performance. The committee dealt with many issues, amongst other things. Amongst other things, the committee focused mainly on annual performance plan, APP, of the department, whether the department met the targets it set for themselves in their APP. The committee monitored the budgets monthly and quarterly against the overall budget. Consideration of draft 2025-2026 departmental APP and budgets. The committee received 2025-2026 budgets and APP presentation from Department of Social Development. The committee considered the department's final 2025-2026 budget and annual performance plan on the 22nd of July 2025. The committee budget report was compiled, adopted, and tabled in the House on the 29th of July 2025. A consideration of draft 2026-2027 APP and budget. The committee met to consider the first draft of department's 2026-2027 annual performance plan and budget on the 11th of November 2025 in preparation for stakeholder engagement session. The committee achieved its targets of ensuring that. Consideration of quarterly performance reports. The annual target as per AOP indicator for number of quarterly reports for the committee was set for 4. The committee has managed to achieve all targets as per quarterly regulated time frames. To conduct robust oversight, the committee plans its meetings through support staff. The support team provides sufficient quarterly analysis reports to committee members prior to every meeting, assisting the committee in formulating
formulating its thoughts on certain issues. Committee Focus Intervention Study. The FIS topic was identified and adopted during a briefing meeting held on the 12th of September 2025. The study is on assessment of functioning of the youth development centers, academies, program funded by the Department of Social Development. The committee study is still a work in progress and it will move on to the next financial year 2027. Committee oversight. We had the oversight on the 9th of April 2025. Ulundi, Mgijimi Wembogotwe, Nobuhle Bamavananda Women's Organization. It was adopted and tabled in the House. The second one was on the 21 May 2025, Eshowe, under King Cetshwayo District, Uvuma Youth Center, and was adopted and tabled on the House. 22 October 2025, Kwamsane, under Umkanyagude District. It's a Lifeline, Zululand, and Siyabonga Shelter draft report. On the 6th of February 2026, we went to Newcastle under Omajuba District, Blaubosch Youth Development Center. It's on a draft. The committee has achieved its annual target of conducting 4 oversight visits. Bills. There was no legislation forwarded to the committee for its attention and subsequent processing. Therefore, the committee did not hold any public hearing and did not facilitate any legislation processes. Public and stakeholder involvement session. The committee session held its public and stakeholder involvement session on the 13th January at the Beckville Multipurpose Hall, Uthukela District. The session was in line with the Section 118 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which calls upon the provincial legislature to facilitate public involvement. The committee held this session to give platform to the Department of Social Development to brief the community on their draft 2026-2027 annual performance plan and draft 2026-2027 budget. Members of the public were then afforded the opportunity to make their inputs on the documents presented. Resolution Committee. Committee developed a resolution register which assisted to track and update the implementation of resolution during the year. The resolution register kept record of decision that had been agreed upon so that the necessary follow-up measures will take place. The Portfolio Committee also addressed resolution that arose from oversight visits, sectoral parliament, and those arising from the Finance Committee. Achievement. Unemployed Social Worker Summit. Stakeholder engagement is in line with the committee's mandate to facilitate public participation in committee's legislative process. The committee received correspondence from unemployed social workers stating that the government had paid them to study with a promise that they will employ it after completing. The reason for conducting the committee was to request the committee to intervene as the Social Development Department was not responding to their letters. On the 6th of June 2025, the committee held a meeting with the stakeholders together with the department to give them the platform to address the matter. Challenges. The committee has noted with the growing concern of the limited allocation in funds that the Department of Social Development continue to have. The department is transiting from social welfare to social development. However, due to limited funds, the process is not taking place rapidly due to the unavailability of funds. In conclusion, a Social Development Portfolio Committee made significant progress in achieving its annual oversight targets, strengthening governance, and promoting accountability within the department. The committee remains committed to assist where appropriate through its continuous oversight role in all communities. On behalf of the committee, I wish to thank all committee members for their role they play. I thank the support staff for the tireless work they do behind the scene. And I also wish to thank the Honourable MEC, HOD, and the entire DSD senior management team for the good work relations
we have developed. Finally, I wish to thank the stakeholders, the public, the people that have trusted us to serve in these positions. We will continue to do our level best to ensure that the communities are serviced as they should. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, Social Development. Honourable members, we're in 8.11. I invite the Chairperson of the Committee of Sports, Arts and Culture to table the achievement targets for the annual performance plan of the year 2025-2026. Honourable Chair, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Madam, be greeted. Greetings, honourable members on the platform, on those who are on Zoom or Teams, and those who are here with us. Greetings, Honourable Hadebi. I'd like it if you can wake up and listen to this report. Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Order, Honourable Chair, order.
I apologize, I withdraw. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this report provides an account of the work of the Sports, Arts and Culture during the 25-26 financial year, committee priorities during 25-26, 25-26 annual oversight plan of the portfolio committee reflects priorities which guide the committee's oversight work. These focus areas emanate from strategic documents, which includes NDP, MTDP, strategic plan, and the 25-26 annual performance plan and budget of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. These priorities are as follows, Honourable Deputy Speaker and members: social cohesion and moral regeneration strategy, building a united and cohesive society, improving participation in sports, arts and culture platforms, good governance and fighting corruption, revival of school sports, transformation in sports, implementation of recreation programs, engagement with stakeholders in the arts and sports fraternity, capacitation of arts practitioners, heritage sites, library infrastructure, monitoring key infrastructure projects, job creation through sports, arts and culture and creative industry, SMMEs support and EPWP, budget expenditure, consequence management. KwaZulu-Natal AMAFA and Research Institute is an entity of the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. AMAFA also reports to the Sports, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee. Now, in the consideration of quarterly performance reports, Treasury regulations require departments to report budget expenditure and performance on a quarterly basis. Reporting on financial and non-financial performance is important in measuring the performance of government institutions. A briefing meeting was held on the 30th of September 2025, wherein researcher and the budget content advisor presented financial and non-financial analysis report of the department's performance. The department had failed to achieve the straight line benchmark of 25% expenditure since only 18% of the budget had been spent. It was noted that the significant underspending was due to the delays in the construction of libraries. The second quarter report, excuse me, the committee engaged the department on its second quarter report on the 24th of February 2026. The committee was pleased to note that the department had spent 51% of its budget as expected. The department attributed this to non-compliance by some organizations. Committee view is that the department should capacitate these organizations and the service providers on compliance issues. On third quarter, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the committee engaged the department on its third quarter expenditure and non-financial performance on the 24th of March 2026. The department had achieved most targets and missed a few. The committee was satisfied with the overall performance of the department's expenditure was 78%. Excuse me, slightly above the 75% benchmark. There was improvement within the construction of various libraries. The department achieved 19 out of 17 targets. The committee is hopeful that the department's performance will continue improving in the last quarter of the financial year. Annual report 24-25. The committee considered 24-25 annual report on the 17th of November 2025. the senior researcher and the budget content advisor developed analysis reports for the purpose of empowering the committee prior to their engagement with the department. The audit outcome for 24-25 was still unqualified with no material findings, the same outcome achieved in 22-23. The AG had raised concern with the irregular expenditure of 139 million rands, lack of consequence management, and slow response by management in addressing material non-compliance findings. The committee positively noted that the department achieved 25 out of 31 targets and that it had managed to achieve above 80% for 3 consecutive years. On stakeholder engagement, the committee considered stakeholder engagement as a very critical part of its oversight work. By involving diverse stakeholders, committees gather valuable insights, improve decision-making, and foster greater public interest in the legislative process. The committee got an opportunity to gather the information about these issues, challenges, and opportunities confronting the sports, arts, and culture sectors. Engagements with the Sports Federation Chair, we had this on the 3rd of June 2025, where we had KZN Sports Confederation, KZN Rugby, KZN Cricket, KZN Tennis, KZN Swimming, and this chair was so that we are able to drive a transformation agenda within the sports fraternity. Engagement with artists and local sports association. The portfolio on the 13th of June, Chair, had an engagement in Inkandla Multipurpose Center, where the department reported on projects and programs for the districts. Artists and sports enthusiasts were afforded an opportunity to interact and engage with the department on various issues. And I can say, Chair, that from that engagement that happened in Kandla Multipurpose Center, there are people that are involved, that are local people of that municipality that have been receiving assistance from the department as a result of that stakeholder engagement. Chair, on the draft 25-26 APP and budget, the committee engaged the department on the 25-26 APP and budget in a committee budget hearing session on the 8th of April 2025. The budget was supported by the majority of the members, adopted the budget report on the 23rd of April 25. Following changes in the committee again engaged the department on the 25-26 APP and budget in its first meeting on the 22nd of July. The budget was again supported by the majority of members. On oversight visits, which are very critical part of the work that this committee does, we have Amafa heritage sites that are in Zululand, which were visited on the 19th of September in 2025. The entity is funded by the department, like we've said before. The following heritage sites were then visited, which was Ulundi Cultural Village, Umuzi Bush Camp, Kwateza Caves, Spirit of Emakosini Monument, Grave of King Senzanga Corner, Umkungundlovu, Dingane Royal Cry. Alfred Duma Fitness Center in Utugela on the 14th of November 2025. In the last 2 quarters of the current financial year, these visits came amid ongoing concerns about the state of fitness centers in the province. In November 2025, the committee visited the Alfred Duma Fitness Center in Utugela district, completed phases that have been it was noted that the facility will be developed in 6 phases, and some of these phases have been completed. On the 11th of March 2026, the committee undertook a site visit to the Belgrade Fitness Center at Umkhanyagude district. The total cost of this project ranges at 375 million. The main challenge is that the project is progressing slowly, despite some phases having been completed. Upongo local municipality made a commitment to fund 60% of the cost, which is 225 million, but had not done so. The department would contribute 150 million. The committee also noted that there were unresolved issues related to the land issue or the land where the facility is supposed to be built. The committee resolved to request a comprehensive presentation on the project, including plans to resolve the funding issues. On the committee adopted the FIS 25-26, which is titled Assessing and Monitoring KZN Sports Transformation. The researcher presented it in March 2026, And then the committee adopted the report, which was then tabled on the 9th of March 2026. Chair, we do track implementation of resolution as the committee. The committee constantly tracks implementation. The committee tracked implementation of resolutions in a meeting held on the 17th of October. Tracking of resolution is a standard agenda in the committee meetings with the department. The department presented responses to resolutions as per the resolution register that had been submitted. In a meeting held on the 24th of March 2026, the committee engaged the department on its fraud and risk prevention plan. The committee noted the plan and advised the department to compare it with those in the private sector and enhance it where applicable. Almost every year, the AG has raised serious concern with or inadequate implementation of consequence management by departments, and it has resulted to poor audit outcomes for most departments. Officials who fail to perform or transgress should face consequences for their actions. It is for the above reasons that the committee invited the department to present a report on how it has implemented consequence management. Consideration of the annual oversight plan. The committee adopted its AOP on the 25-26 on the 23rd of April 2025. Attendance on Finance Committee and SCOPA hearings, the Portfolio Committee attendance finance hearings on Vote 10, Sports and Culture and AMAFA on 8th of April. The committee attended media budget finance reviews on 18 November 2025. The Portfolio Committee attended SCOPA hearings on 28 October 2025. Tabling of reports on the oversight visit to Mbazwane Library and Depots, visit to Mzimkulu Fitness Center, visit to Nkandla Multipurpose Center, visit to Zululand Heritage Sites, visit to Belgrade Fitness Center, visit to Alfred Duma Fitness Center. The chairperson I wish to thank the members of the Portfolio Committee for their contribution to the work of the committee. The MEC Ukabisa, the work that we have carried thus far and how we work as the committee together with the department as led by the MEC, the officials of the department, and the cooperation that we have seen during the 25-26 financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of Sports, Arts and Culture. I now invite the Chairperson of the Standing Committee of Quality of Life for their annual performance plan 2025-2026.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Members. During the reporting period under review, the Quality of Life Standing Committee successfully delivered a range of programs aimed at advancing the constitutional rights, dignity, socio-economic well-being of vulnerable groups in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. These programs were implemented in line with the committee's annual oversight plan and were informed by resolutions of previous sectorial parliaments and oversight engagements. In terms of the implementation of the sectorial parliaments, to fulfill Section 118 of the Constitution,
please can we put the volume down?
The legislature has created a platform for engaging with different sectors of society through sector parliaments. Sector parliaments can be viewed as another important tool for advancing public involvement, deepening democracy, and promoting effective stakeholder engagement. The sectorial parliaments were established with an aim of providing sectorial parliamentary debates for children, women, youth, senior citizens, and people with disabilities to coincide with the national days of recognition of these sectors. Such sessions provided for representative structures to convene and run a parliamentary debate to raise real issues of concern. Therefore, the Quality of Life Standing Committee facilitates 5 sectorial parliaments, which are Children's Parliament, Youth Parliament, Women's Parliament, Senior Citizens Parliament, and the Parliament of Persons with Disabilities. In terms of the 2025 Youth Parliament, the event was held between the 19th and the 20th of June 2025 at Bulwa Community Hall, located within the Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma Local Municipality under the Harry Gwala District Municipality. The young people were deliberating under the theme, Skills for the Changing World, Bridging the Gap through Education, Skills Development, as well as Entrepreneurship.
The Parliament created a structured platform for young people to engage on key issues affecting youth development and service delivery. For the 2025 Women's Parliament, the event was held between the 7th and the 8th of August 2025 in Inkosi Mzondeli Hall, Kwamsani, located within the Inkosi Mtubatuba local municipality under the Umkhanyakude district municipality. The Women's Parliament brought together women to engage in women empowerment programs, which also was held under the theme Women Empowerment, the pillar of building a resilient and inclusive economy. The resolutions addressed key gender equality challenges, women empowerment, as well as socio-economic advancement of women across the province. The committee is then tasked with overseeing the implementation of the adopted resolutions in collaboration with the relevant stakeholders. For the 2025 Senior Citizens Parliament, it was held on the 30th of September to the 2nd of October 2025 at Umzindo Town Hall, Umdoni Municipality under Ugu District Municipality under the theme Older Persons Driving Local and Global Action, Our Aspirations, Our Well-Beings and Our Rights. The Parliament created a structured platform for older persons to directly engage government departments and stakeholders on service delivery challenges affecting their quality of life. For the 2025 People with Disabilities Parliament was held on the 2nd or between the 2nd to the 4th of December 2025 at Sibusisiwe Hall, Mandeni Local Municipality under Ilembe District Municipality. The theme was amplifying the leadership and representation of persons with disabilities for an inclusive society and sustainable future. In terms of the oversight and monitoring, the committee conducted an oversight meeting where the committee invited different government departments to play a critical role in women's economic empowerment projects as well as initiatives in the province. The committee had invited the Office of the Premier, including the Department of Social Development and the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs to account on programs aimed at women economic empowerment in the province. This meeting was held on the 6th of August 2025. Further, the committee had invited the Office of the Premier to give a progress report on youth-funded projects that were visited by the Standing Committee, and this meeting was held on the 17th of October 2025, where the Office of the Premier presented the plan of action on the resolutions that were taken during the oversight visits. On the 14th of November 2025, the committee held a meeting to monitor and evaluate progress regarding the improvement of the quality of life for vulnerable groups. The Department of Social Development was invited to make a presentation on key aspects relating to the work of the committee. For oversight visits, legislative oversight is an important instrument to review and evaluate selected activities of the departments. It is to ensure that existing programs are implemented and administered effectively and in a manner consistent with legislative intent. One of the priorities of the Quality of Life Committee is to conduct oversight over the performance of the departments on transversal issues. The committee undertook 4 oversight visits aimed at assessing youth development initiatives, women empowerment, and people with disability initiatives, as well as the Senior Citizens Luncheon Club. The oversight visits which were conducted, one was at the Cryochem Recycling Project on the 11th of June 2025 in Newcastle under Amajuba District. The second one was the visit to Dambuza Youth Center under the Umgungundlovu District Municipality on the 13th of June 2025. Yesihlahla Farm Project in the Jojozi area under King Cetrayo on the 26th of August 2025. As well as the Ingedle Community Center in Ngotshane Township, Pongolo Local Municipality on the 18th of February 2026. In terms of the 16 Days of Activism program, the committee conducted a stakeholder engagement session on the awareness of the 16 Days of Activism against gender-based violence and femicide on the 10th of December 2025. The committee took a resolution to visit Tutuzela Care Centers in Otombotini, Tutuzela Care Center under Umkhanyakude District, as well as the Ingwelezane Hospital, Tutuzela Care Center under King Cetrayo District Municipality. Stakeholders were invited to give presentations on the services they offered in the two centers, as well as the challenges they have encountered. The committee participated in a 16 days of activism program, which reinforced its commitment to combating gender-based violence and femicide. In terms of the overall impact, honorable members, collectively, the committee has been able to deliver programs which have contributed towards enhancing public participation in legislative processes, as well as improved responsiveness of departments to the needs of the vulnerable groups. In conclusion, overall, the committee has made considerable progress in fulfilling its oversight mandate and facilitating public involvement in legislative process. However, the reporting period also revealed ongoing systemic challenges, including resource constraints, service delivery gaps, and the need for improved interdepartmental coordination. Addressing these challenges will require sustained commitment from all stakeholders, strengthened monitoring mechanisms, as well as the timely implementation of resolutions adopted by the committee. Going forward, the Quality of Life Standing Committee remains committed to intensifying its oversight role, tracking the implementation of resolutions, and strengthening collaboration with departments, municipalities, as well as civic society organizations, which is very important. Continued support from the Committee of Chairpersons and the Legislature will always be critical, enabling the committee to further enhance its effectiveness, as well as contribute meaningfully to the improvement of the quality of life for all the vulnerable groups in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much, Honourable Masigo. Thank you. Honourable members, the last report for the day is a report from the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements for 2025-2026. I now invite Honourable Biela to table the report for 20 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to yourself. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Honourable Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, Honourable MEC, and all MECs present, Honourable members. If the House will allow me, I will not read word for word everything that's on the report, but highlight what is important, seeing that everyone is rushing for time. The highlight of this report falls mainly on all the critical areas that shaped the functioning of the committee in line with its AOP during this period. On the 1st of April 2025, the committee held a budget briefing to consider the department's final APP and budget. The budget hearing had been preceded by analysis presentations, financial and non-financial, from the senior research and budget analyst. After robust deliberations and discussions, the committee unanimously adopted the APP and budget of the department. Before the budget process was finalized, the Division of Revenue Bill and Provincial Appropriation Bill were withdrawn. This necessitated a halt on the entire process. Owing to the reintroduction of the Division of Revenue Bill as well as the Provincial Appropriation Bill, it became incumbent upon the committee to consider the department's APP and budget. The committee invited the department to table its 2025-2026 APP and budget on the 24th of July. During its briefing, prior to the meeting, the committee had been advised by the senior researcher and budget analyst that there were no changes to the department's APP and budget. This fact was also confirmed by the department in its retabling of the 25-26 APP and budget. Taking the above into account, the committee voted in support of the department's 2025-26 APP by a simple majority. The committee budget report was also adopted by the committee on the 24th of July. As per due process, the report was presented before the House. On the 8th of April, the committee attended the budget briefing of the Finance Portfolio Committee. And on the annual oversight plan, the annual oversight plan of the committee was adopted on the 19th of June. The following were the priority areas that were identified. 1, provision of decent housing, stalled projects across the province, military veterans housing program, monitoring of service providers monitoring if service providers are paid within 30 days. Committee to hold municipalities accountable for non-performance of projects, eradication of transit camps, fast-tracking the completion of houses, security of tenure, title deeds, spatial transformation through multi-program integration, and job creation through EPWP and training of designated group companies. On the quarterly performance reports, During the period under review, the committee held the following meetings to discuss the department's performance reports. On the 6th of August was the fourth quarter, on the 15th of August was the first quarter, 14th November was the second quarter, 3rd of February was the department's annual report, and on the 24th of February it was the department's third quarter performance report. Some of the oversights include on the 11th of June, stalled projects in King Cetshwayo district, 3rd of October, Illovo housing projects, Montclair projects under eThekwini. In February, military veterans projects in Umkhanyakude district. On the 10th of October, the committee attended SCOPA briefings, and some of the stakeholder engagement sessions that took place include those in Gamalake, Ugu district, Ward 5. The purpose of the stakeholder engagement was to provide a platform for the Department of Human Settlements to present its 26-27 APP. Sisebenza impela Makubane ukuthi asiphaphi nje. On the 24th of March 2026, the committee had a meeting again during which it received its draft FIS reports from its senior researcher. The focus of the FIS was the military veterans housing project. Pursuant to this meeting, the committee took a resolution to undertake verification sites visits as per the recommendations of the committee. This will be amongst the priorities of the committee as it moves into the first quarter. If I skip to the conclusion, the 25-26 financial year saw the committee taking a very dim view on the scourge of stalled projects in the province. The Itubaletu project in Mtonjaneni King Cetshwayo has been one of the projects that the committee has been gravely concerned about. To that end, the committee took a resolution not only to visit that project as it has done, but to also make it a standing item in all our meetings to receive progress reports from the department. The committee has also been to the length and breadth of this province to see for itself, through oversight visits, the extent of the problem of stalled projects. The committee's intervention has seen some improvement in the reporting format of the department. Although some progress has been made, it remains the committee's firm view and belief that a lot more still needs to be done to eradicate stalled housing projects across the province. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honourable members. Honourable members, I just want to thank all the chairpersons who tabled their reports today. That brings us to the end of our order paper. And thank you to all the members for patiently listening to the work of the committees. Honourable members, we have come to the end of the day. We will adjourn for today and we will see each other, I think, in next week. Now, on the 4th, we have voter education, and then we have a sitting. Thank you. We will now stand and adjourn, honourable members.